Chapter 1523. At this time, there were already people who claimed to be from Jianghu talking about it. They explained to the layman that there were 9 levels of martial arts in the world. In the end, they all revolved around the 7 words of skin, flesh, tendons, bones, body, qi, and spirit. Only when one reached the 2nd level of Master Realm could one touch the threshold of qi. For example, when a swordsman reached the 2nd level, he could barely control qi and fly a sword. The handsome young master with the twin sabers at his waist was repelled, sliding from the stream to the other side. However, his calves were not soaked. This clearly showed that he was in the 4th level realm or even the 3rd level realm. It could be assumed that with his age, he was fully deserving of the title of a rising talent in the martial arts world in a province or county. Su Fengnian suddenly smiled and said, "If you want to fight, sure, but we have to make a small deal. As long as you help me find someone, you can choose the time and place. Also, you have the final say on who wins or loses." She hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Su Fengnian asked, curiously, "You want that title that much?" Su Fengnian knew very well that no matter how many fortuitous encounters the woman in front of him had, due to her innate talent, reaching the great celestial phenomenon realm was already the limit of her martial arts. The martial arts journey of the mistress of Mount Huey's Great Snow Plateau could be said to be soul-stirring. First, she used the treacherous and insidious secret art to absorb other people's qi and turned it into her own, barely reaching the 1st level. If not for Su Fengnian helping to suppress her chaotic qi, with the imperial seal of several countries hidden in the tide-listening pavilion, she would have very likely gone mad and even died. After that, she quickly crossed the Xian Finger realm and entered the celestial phenomenon realm. Wang Xianji had heavily injured her body, but in the end, she had spared her life. Otherwise, even if she received gifts from Zhao Huangchao and Lu Songtao, she would not have been able to escape the mysterious celestial phenomenon tribulation. It could be said that Xianyuan Qingfeng's path of martial arts was full of ups and downs. She could be said to be the first person after Su Fengnian. Because of this, Su Fengnian had always been very nice to this stubborn woman. It was like this in Beiliang in the capital, and even more so when they met at Mount Hui. Today, when they met at Mount Hui, he also took the initiative to avoid her. One had to know that Deng Mao and Yelu Dongbed did not have this kind of treatment. To be more precise, Su Fengnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng could not be said to be in love. Perhaps Su Fengnian was empathizing with her because they were in the same boat, while she was most likely the one who had accumulated resentment in her heart. That was why the man and woman who had reached the peak of martial arts the fastest in Liang were so entangled. Although Su Fengnian had long known that Xianyuan Qingfeng was very competitive, she was already the first female martial arts alliance chief in several hundred years. Why did she still want to fight for the illusory title of number 1 in the world? This was something that Su Fengnian could not understand no matter how much he thought about it. This farce, which was all bark and no bite, made many of the spectators feel bored. This was how the world was. It was fine if one did not give hope, but the worst thing was to give hope and then disappoint. Many of the hot-tempered people of Jianghu could not help but loudly mock and ridicule, whispering malicious words. For some reason, Xianyuan Qingfeng, who had not appeared in purple for a long time, cast a sidelong glance at this group of noisy spectators. With just a glance, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Su Fengnian could not help but laugh, looking at those fellows who were secretly shrinking their necks. He thought to himself that when he was roaming Jianghu and watching those high and mighty young heroes and fairies, this was probably the same scene. Afterwards, Su Fengnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng continued to climb the mountain under the guidance of Han Gui and Qing Xian. They passed Meili Peak and Jiao Slope and then Wudong's main mountain, Big Lotus Peak. Xianyuan Qingfeng was silent the entire way. When they reached the foot of Lotus Peak, she finally opened her mouth and said, Li Chuangong's two-sleeved green snake, Dong Tai's inverted tai, Yi Gu Jiantang's thundercore, Song Yanqing's last sword move, Huang Zhentu's ninth sword, 6,000 miles, Huang Qing's 16 bodhisattvas, and Master Lu Hao's thunderpool. Before we reach the peak, tell me all of them. Seeing Su Fengnian frown, Xianyuan Qingfeng said coldly, if you have a move that you don't want to say, you can substitute it with a similar move, or a move that you created yourself is fine. Hearing that long list of names, the little Taoist child Qing Xian felt as if thunder was rolling. It was too frightening. She only felt that this elder sister's appetite was really big. Su Fengnian asked in a deep voice, You want to gather the strengths of 100 schools of thought and merge them into one? You really don't want to give up on becoming a land immortal? Didn't Zhao Huang Chao remind you back then that your situation is somewhat similar to my younger brother, Huang Manor? You were lucky enough to escape the disaster of the mysterious finger heavenly phenomenon realm. If you still insist on becoming a land immortal, aren't you afraid that it will be short-lived? Xianyuan Qingfeng said indifferently, That's my business. From the beginning to the end, this person was not a likable woman. Su Fengnian smiled and said, All right, I can't teach you the two-sleeved green snake of the sheepskin fur old man. In fact, I can't teach you at all in a short period of time, and I can't make the decision to teach you the peach blossom sword deity's inverted sword either. As for old Huang's saber 9, don't even think about it. However, Gu Jiantang's thunder cube, Song Yanqing's flying sword, and Lu Haosher's thunderpool are all not a problem. Huang Qing's 16 sword points sitting Buddha is also not difficult. Other than that, I'll tell you about Tuoba Bodhisattva's unique qi circulation method, as well as the 2 trump cards of Bing Mountain's 5th raccoon and Morong Baoding. If you learn fast enough, I still have many good things. I'll take them all. This time, it was Xianyuan Qingfeng's turn to feel incredulous. He turned his head and stared at this somewhat abnormal fellow. Her eyes seemed to be saying, It's one thing for me to ask for a sky-high price, but you're even saving me money by sitting on the ground. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I'll teach you one by one, but you have to promise me one condition. In the future, when you find one or a few disciples, you have to teach them everything you know, even if it means that you don't want this bit of Jianghu to end. Then, the 4 of them went up the mountain. Han Gui intentionally led the little Taoist child Qing Xian in front, putting a large distance between them. Su Fengnian really did tell Xianyuan Qingfeng everything he knew. He explained the essence of the world's top martial arts to Xianyuan Qingfeng. Xianyuan Qingfeng memorized everything. Occasionally, when there was something he didn't understand, he would get to the bottom of it without hesitation. He would even interrupt Su Fengnian's speech when there was a subtlety, thinking carefully before allowing him to continue. On this section of the mountain road, Su Fengnian was like a knowledgeable teacher, while Xianyuan Qingfeng was a competent disciple who diligently memorized everything. At the back of Big Lotus Peak, on the back of the White Dragon, which was only 1 li away from the peak, Han Gui, who was standing in the distance, turned his head and discovered that the 2 people had stopped. What happened next made this young Taoist, who was very likely to be the next Wudong sect leader, speechless. When Su Fengnian and the woman parted ways, the former kicked the latter's, but neither lightly nor heavily. The latter was obviously angry from embarrassment, and the entire White Dragon's back was filled with killing intent. However, the young king said something, and the woman was stunned for a moment before giving up and going down the mountain. The little Taoist child Qing Xian immediately prostrated himself in admiration. He thought that if he could also wander the Jianghu in the future, he must have at least half of the elegance of the king of Bailiang. When the three of them went up the mountain again, even Han Gui couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness and that woman are old acquaintances?" Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. He said softly, "She's an enemy we've known for many years, and kicking her was a person's dream." The little Taoist child of the Qing generation thought about it seriously. Thinking about that fairy sister's cold and elegant appearance and arrogant manner, he didn't think that person's dream was childish at all. He laughed and said, "Your Highness, that kick was very awe-inspiring. I like it." Han Gui rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache. A cold snort came from far away. It scared the little Taoist child so much that he had goosebumps all over his body. Su Fengnian rubbed the child's head and said gloatingly, "You're in trouble. For the next 20 years, don't go down the mountain and go to the Jianghu." The little Taoist child asked timidly, "That sister, is she very powerful?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "A woman who wants to be the second Wang Xianji, don't you think she's very powerful?" The little Taoist child said with a bitter face, "No wonder Junior Grand Uncle always said that the woman at the foot of the mountain is a tiger." At this moment, a white-robed monk walked down from the top of the mountain, his sleeves fluttering. He looked like he was going to fight Su Fengnian to the death. Chapter 1524. Su Fengnian was a bit embarrassed by the white-clothed monk's aggressive approach. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Which father in the world wouldn't be angry at the bastard who dared to trick their own daughter? Back when Li Thing ran away from home and snuck out of the two Zen temples to roam the Jianghu, she carried around 200 taels of silver. It was probably her father's accumulated wealth from lecturing in the temples for many years. In the end, when she met the three of them, she ate and drank without restraint and quickly became penniless. Perhaps this heroine had let it slip when she returned home and bore a grudge against the white-clothed monk. Su Fengnian knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only force a smile and make up his mind not to retaliate or scold. The white-clothed monk walked quickly with large strides. There was actually a woman following behind him. She couldn't be considered very beautiful, and the makeup on her face was a bit thick. It turned out that Li Thing had hung 1/2 kilogram of rouge on her face in Wutong and back then, because she had learned it from her family. The white-clothed monk hurriedly came in front of Su Fengnian and pointed at Su Fengnian's nose, denouncing him. "Where are my daughter and my disciple Nanbei? I heard that you thought they had too many tables to eat, so you chased them to Shishu and Nanzhao. Is this how your Mount Qingliang treats its guests? If I see that my daughter has lost a few kilograms, do you believe that I won't go to your doorstep and scold you?" The woman who came to the white-clothed monk's side first smiled at Su Fengnian, then tugged at his monk robe and muttered in a small voice, "What do you mean by IRI? You have to call yourself a poor monk. How many times did Li Thing tell you after she returned to the mountain? An expert must have the bearing and demeanor of an expert. Li Thing always said that there was a swordsman who traveled the Jianghu with her. What was his name again? Old Huang?" She could tell at a glance that he was an expert. "Li Xiaoxin, look at yourself. Is this proper?" The white-clothed monk was clearly still angry. He gave a cold snort and changed his tone slightly. "Do you believe that I won't go to Mount Qingliang to scold and make a scene? It's just that this poor monk didn't bring the knife that has been sharpened countless times today." The woman seemed to have more worldly wisdom than her man. She coughed and interrupted the white-robed monk's threatening words. She turned her head to Su Fengnian and explained with a smile, "Your Highness, don't listen to this bald man's nonsense. There's no such thing as a knife. In fact, it's just something that the old abbot of our temple uses to chop firewood. The father of this thing just misses that old bald man. Oh, no, he misses his master. So, from time to time, he takes it out to sharpen the knife. afraid that it will rust. The old abbot did not leave anything behind, only a hatchet, a handwritten copy of the Diamond Sutra, and that big vat for washing our hands after returning from work every day. Aye, the hatchet and the sutra were still all right. We took them, but that vat was a bit heavy, so we had no choice but to leave it in the temple. Otherwise, in the future, we would have one more item for our dowry. The monk in white said helplessly, "How can you treat a water jar as your daughter's dowry?" The woman rolled her eyes and said, "How many famous people in Gangnam-do like to use the mud at the bottom of the vat to make pots? It's worth a lot of money." Su Fengnian smiled and agreed. "That's right. I once saw Jiangnan's Liu family's Minister Liu from the Ministry of Rites use a famous pot. It was made in the early years when he went to the two Zen temples to burn incense, using various methods to ask the old abbot for a few kilograms of mud." The woman immediately beamed with joy, looking at this young vassal king who did not have any heirs, more and more pleasing to the eye. "That's right, that's right." Then she stared at the monk in white and said, "Speak properly, don't injure us." Li Dongxin rubbed his bald head. Everything had its vanquisher, and the words of his wife were more effective than an imperial edict. At this time, Han Gui was finally able to get a word in. He bowed and said, "I am Han Gui from the Little Pillar Peak's Green Mountain Monastery. I have long been fascinated by monk Wu Chan." Li Dongxin looked at this Wudang Taoist, who was not famous before the battle between Buddhism and Taoism. Compared to the way he treated Su Fengnian, he smiled a little more and returned the greeting. "Greetings, Shinran Han. There are 3 debates on Lotus Peak this time, and you and I will be in the 3rd debate on the last day. When the time comes, I hope Shinran Han will be merciful." Han Gui smiled and said, "I am really not worthy of being called Shinran. 2 Zen monks can just call me Taoist Han." Li Dongxin laughed and said, "Taoist is a person of the Tao, a person who has attained the Tao, a Taoist priest, a Taoist priest, a person who has proven the Tao, a Jinren, a Jinren, a Jinren, a person who seeks the truth. It is better for me to call you Jinren Han. If Wang Zhonglo was here, I might as well call him Taoist Wang. If Hong Shixiang was standing in front of me, then I would really have to respectfully call him Taoist Hong." Han Gui smiled and did not say anything. Li Dongxin glanced at Han Gui's clear eyes and retracted his sharpness. He sighed softly. "Your Wudang and Mount Longhu are indeed different." If those yellow and purple nobles heard this, not to mention the old Taoist of the Hope generation, even those of the Ning generation would be furious and would not have peace. Han Gui said calmly, "It is not that Wudang Taoists have a longer peace of mind compared to Mount Longhu. It is just that the cultivation paths of the 2 mountains are different, but in the end, different paths lead to the same goal. My master and Master Wang are extremely respectful of Mount Longhu's old Shinran Zhao Shituan. They have invited him to Wudang to discuss the Tao. Every time he passed by Beiliang, he would never refuse because of the different sections. I have personally heard Shinran Zhao talk about the unification of the 3 sects twice and benefited greatly." The white-robed monk smiled and asked, "If I remember correctly, it was your Wudang's ancestor Liu who first advocated the unification of the 3 sects? Then I would like to ask, who is part of it?" Han Gui blurted out without thinking, "Ancestor Liu once said that the Tao is the same. This is the root of the unification of the 3 sections. In my humble opinion, I don't know what it is, but I know what it is not. It is this one. It may not be in the hands of the Wudang monks who have reached the depths of Zen, nor may it be on Mount Wudang, where Buddhism is destroyed and Taoism is flourishing. Similarly, it may not be in the mouths of those scholars who are good at talking." Li Dongxin touched his bald head again. His eyes seemed to be full of admiration. He nodded and said apologetically, "I have rudely probed you 3 times. Please don't blame me, Shinran Han." Hangui smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine." The group of people climbed the mountain together. The white-robed monk and Hangui casually chatted about Wudong's local customs. There was neither Buddhism nor Taoism. It was as if they had met an old friend in a foreign land. Their words were as slippery as watermelon skin. The white-robed monk deliberately ignored Su Fengnian. He was probably afraid that he would not be able to hold back and look for a knife to chop people. If a man met someone who was trying to steal his wife, he would pick up a knife and chop the person without hesitation. If he met someone who was trying to steal his daughter, whether he would chop or not depended on not only the character of the daring little bastard, but also the attitude of the daughter's mother. At this time, Li Dongshi's mother, or rather the little monk Nanbei's master's wife, was extremely amiable towards Su Fengnian. Although it was not the gaze of a mother-in-law that would grow fonder the more she looked at her son-in-law, it was as if she had met a young man of the younger generation who was interested in her daughter. She was not deliberately warm, but she would definitely not lower her face to treat Su Fengnian. The woman's heart was boundless. At first, she was still a little reserved. After all, the young man in front of her was the number one figure in the Northwest. But soon, success came naturally. She began to nag about family matters and complained that in Beiliang's territory, he was really spending money, especially when she brought a lot of rouge and face powder back from Beiliang. She had already used it all. In the end, when she went to the shop in Yuzhou to take a look, the price was really expensive. Speaking of this, the woman thanked Su Fengnian very much. She said that the daughter of Li Dongshi did not know the importance of things and had accepted so many expensive gifts in one go when she left Mount Qingliang's mansion. After that, the woman smiled and frankly said that she would never be able to pay back the money. This time, she left in a hurry and did not bring any gifts back. Therefore, she had long squandered all the savings at home. The smile on Su Fengnian's face never disappeared as he listened to the woman's blabbering. The little Taoist boy Qing Xian, who was eavesdropping on both sides, felt strange. It was strange enough that his master, a Taoist priest, could get along well with the famous white-robed monk who was known as the Bodhisattva of flesh. How could the king of Beiliang get along well with that woman? The white-robed monk Li Dongshi was the most important figure in the debate on Lotus Peak. As the current head of the two Zen temples, he himself was the leader of Buddhism under the heavens. Su Fengnian was also a top-honored guest of Wudong. As a result, this group of people headed straight for Wudong's Xiang Palace at the top of the mountain to settle down. Wudong originally did not have the habit of dividing people into different ranks. However, very quickly, Wudong Mountain discovered that while they did not pay attention to it, the mountain visitors paid the most attention to it. It was from the mouths of the guests that the 9 palaces and 36 temples that originally belonged to Wudong Mountain's Taoism actually already had a ranking system in Jianghu. Being able to stay in the 9 palaces was something that could demonstrate one's official status and position in Jianghu the most. If one was able to enter one of the 8 upper temples of the 36 temples to rest, then it was also worth being complacent about. Following the increase in the number of visitors, especially the arrival of the 2 famous families of Jiangnan and Huainan, many of the lower 8 temples that were far from the main peak were also overcrowded, to the extent that they had no choice but to close their doors and decline visitors. Just as Su Fengnian and the white-robed monks group stepped foot into the Xiang Palace from the back door, a delicate and pretty little Taoist boy rushed in front of Su Fengnian and said in a low voice with a sad face, "Grand Marshal Uncle, a new group of honored guests have arrived on the mountain. The Taoist master personally accompanied them on a tour of our main peak. The guests are also not like the usual foreigners who make many requests. They did not insist on resting on the mountain. They said that they had already booked rooms at the small town at the foot of the mountain, but the Taoist master personally said that these guests could not be neglected. He wanted us to make 3 or 4 elegant and quiet rooms for them. My master and a few martial uncles were all worried to death. With great difficulty, they were only able to find 2 rooms in the Xiang Palace. Any more than that really could not be done. The Divine Firmament Temple and the Void Temple that are near the top of the mountain are also in a difficult position, saying that even the woodshed has been vacated for the guests to stay in. Then there's no reason for us to let half of the guests stay on the mountain and half leave the mountain, right? Chapter 1525. Su Fengnian had met most of the Taoists from both Qing and Ning generations when he was practicing his blade on the mountain. He had a photographic memory, so he asked with a smile, "Little Taoist Ning, who are you? Why are you so important?" The little Taoist had accompanied the ox-riding grand martial uncle to welcome the person in front of him at the mountain gate. Naturally, he knew Su Fengnian's identity. The little Taoist quickly bowed and said, "Your Highness, I heard from Martial Uncle Qingfeng that he is a student of Shangyin Academy's Mr. Han." Su Fengnian was enlightened. He had received a spy report from Qingcang City in Lu Province. It said that Mr. Han continued his journey west to Mount Lantua, but when he heard that there was going to be a battle between Buddhism and Taoism on Mount Wudong, he sent a few disciples back to Liangzhou and met up with the immortal of wine, Chang Sui, who had gone to Jibei alone. The old man only brought his granddaughter, Han Guixiu, and a few escorts to continue his journey. Su Fengnian only dared to hope that one of Han Guzi's disciples would stay in Beiliang. It would be best if it was Su Huang, a master of the art of war. If it was the carefree Sima, Ken, it would also be good. Su Fengnian felt a little regretful when he heard the news. If only 1 or 2 people came to Mount Wudong, they would most likely be working for Beiliang. But even Chang Sui came. It probably meant that none of them would stay in Beiliang. Su Fengnian sighed in his heart and said with a smile, "Little Taoist Ning, go and tell your master that this king's room will be given to these guests." This king guessed that it would not be difficult for 2 or 3 people to stay in that room. The little Taoist did not dare to say anything. Han Gui said gently, "Ning, just do as your Highness said. Also, give Qing Xian and my room to the guests." Before Han Gui could finish, the little Taoist said loudly, "Grand Martial Uncle, how can we do that? Little Pillar Peak is more than 10 miles away from Green Mountain Monastery and Lotus Peak. Every time Qing Xian, Martial Uncle Qing Xian, comes to Lotus Flower Peak to play with us." No, she comes to Lotus Flower Peak to help Martial Granduncle borrow books. She's always exhausted. The voice of the little Taoist of the Ning generation became softer and softer as he spoke. Han Gui's disciple, Qing Xian, wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. She was done for. When she returned to the Green Mountain Monastery, she would be punished to copy the classics 10 times. The white-robed monk turned to his wife and clicked his tongue. "Look at the juniors on the mountain. They're all siding with their elders. Those little baldies who play with the stupid Nanbei all want to eat and drink in our house all day long." The woman smiled and said, "You're wrong. They're clearly targeting our daughter. Usually, the little monks I see on the way to the temple are very sloppy, but every time they come to our house, which one of them doesn't wear clean monk robes that have just been washed, the white-robed monk flew into a rage. Is there such a thing?" The woman rolled her eyes and said, "You just found out." The white-robed monk said angrily, "Those little baldies are asking for a beating. And the stupid Nanbei is even more stupid. If this isn't inviting a wolf into the house, then what is?" The woman said unhappily, beat them until they have an epiphany. It's better that you don't have to be the abbot who doesn't take money, but only gives out money." In the end, Han Gui and the little Taoist went to stay with the Qing generation disciple of the Zhenlu Jinren Chenyao. And Su Fengnian went to the thatched hut at the elephant pond halfway up the mountain where he used to practice his blade. Before going down the mountain, Su Fengnian first sent the white-robed monk to the room where he stayed. Han Gui took the lead and left. At this time, everyone on Mount Wudong was extremely busy. Other than being responsible for bringing Su Fengnian to the Xiang Palace, Han Gui actually had a lot of work to do. In fact, the Taoists of all generations on the mountain knew that Han Gui was going to take on a big responsibility in the future. After all, even the old chief Wang Zhonglo said that Han Gui's Taoist heart was the most stable. Even Hong Shixiang half-jokingly said that there were many small pillars of osmanthus trees on the mountain, which was most suitable for Han Gui, who had the word osmanthus in his name to cultivate and comprehend Taoism. And the two most senior Jinren Qinyao and Yuxing Rui of Mount Wudong today also valued Han Gui, a junior who stood aloof from worldly affairs. Su Fengnian sent him to the doorstep. After the white-robed monk pushed the door open, he suddenly turned around and asked, "Have you met my senior uncle?" Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was talking about the chicken soup monk at the foot of the Little Rotten Tuo Mountain in the western region. The old monk was the senior brother of the dragon tree, holy monk. He nodded and said, "I can fight with Tuoba Bodhisattva and not die." Li Dongxin waved his hand. "He's already dead. Who are you trying to say nice things to?" Su Fengnian was silent and speechless. The white-robed monk sighed and said sadly, "But then again, the reason why senior uncle was able to plant the lotus in my heart was because of your appearance. Back then, when I traveled thousands of miles to the west alone, it was because senior uncle was worried. His original intention was to go to the western region to bring me back to the two Zen temples. He didn't expect that one stop would last for more than 20 years. This penniless monk's epiphany is also thanks to Martial Uncle's insights. All right, that's a separate matter. The matter of my daughter is not over yet, but for senior uncle to be able to plant the lotus, I have to thank you." Li Dongxin lowered his head and put his palms together. Su Fengnian put his palms together and gently returned the greeting. After Su Fengnian left, the white-robed monk closed the door. The woman sat on the chair and rubbed her calf. She smiled and said, "There's only one daughter. Even though the North and the South are stupid, they're already a family. Sigh, if only I had two daughters." Chapter 1526. Li Xiaoxin muttered softly, "Even if I have two daughters, I still don't want to be this kid's father-in-law. Every time I see him, I'll chase him away with a broom." For the first time, the woman did not argue. She said softly, "When I was chatting with this child, I talked about how our family was too playful. As he chatted with me, he casually said something that was quite interesting. The general idea was that when he was young, he was truly naughty and mischievous. When he was young, he would always disdain his elders for restraining him. In the end, when he finally grew up, he suddenly realized that when he made a mistake, no one would scold him. Instead, he missed his childhood." The white-robed monk leaned back in his chair and rubbed his bald head. For some reason, he also missed the scene when he was young and would nag at his master's ear. Before Su Fengnian walked out of Xiang Palace, a spy leader from the Fu Shui chamber and a military officer whose territory was near Mount Wudong appeared together. The two of them were dressed in casual clothing no different from normal pilgrims. They had seized this rare opportunity to report to the prince. This made Su Fengnian seem like a noble young master who had brought his servants and servants out for a trip. Today, there were no poor people in Xiang Palace. Most of them were foreigners who had deep connections with Huagai County, and even the entire Bailiang officialdom. Everyone was either rich or noble. Otherwise, they were people like Su Huang and Sima Can, who had enough confidence to look down on nobles. It was said that even the eldest son of the Huzhou provincial governor and the daughter of the Ji provincial governor had climbed the mountain together, but they were still not allowed to enter Xiang Palace. They could only stay in the Heaven Temple. Su Fengnian listened to the two's concise and respectful reports. He did not give any orders. As they neared the elephant cleansing pool, he let them do their own things. They didn't talk much, but the two of them still felt honored. Regardless of whether it was the shrewd spy or the steadfast military officer with real power, when they looked at each other and smiled, they couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. This kind of honor came from the bottom of their hearts. It was the attitude of the other officialdom officials to get close to the big shots of the officialdom, to get familiar with them. In fact, there was a world of difference. Su Fengnian revisited this place and found that the quiet and empty elephant cleansing pool of the past was extraordinarily lively. It could be said that the crowd was shoulder to shoulder. After asking, he found out that there were two people competing on the giant rock in the pool. The rules were very simple. Whoever fell from the rock into the pool would lose. Su Fengnian really could not squeeze his way to the edge of the pool. He could only stand about 50 steps away from the elephant cleansing pool. In the stream of people, there were many hawkers with bamboo chests hanging in front of their chests. They were shouting, watching two masters fight. How can we not drink a big cup of our Beiliang's green ant wine, or buy 2 jugs of wine, and we'll give you a copy of the King of Beiliang's martial arts quotations from Mount Wudong for free. The two masters on the giant rock in the pool were in the midst of a fierce battle. Su Fengnian's ears were filled with loud cheers. As far as the eye could see, only when the two masters leaped high in the air could he see their silhouettes. One saber, one sword, the light of the saber and the shadow of the sword reflected each other's brilliance. This was probably the so-called floating like a startled swan. Su Fengnian did not know why his interest was piqued. He bought some melon seeds and red dates from a hawker. Like most of the spectators, he stood on his tiptoes and stretched his neck, listening to the spectators beside him explain their moves in surprise. He was somewhat self-deprecating. Look at how imposing the other people were when they were fighting. The spectators were as numerous as the clouds, the cheers shaking the sky. Compared to his final confrontation with Tuoba Bodhisattva in the small alley, this was countless times more awe-inspiring. That's right, it seemed like this was the Jianghu that he had dreamed of when he was young. Su Fengnian leisurely ate the melon seeds, listening to the friendly introductions that did not even charge him a single copper coin. He was very satisfied, according to the most well-informed ears around him. Su Fengnian learned that the two young warriors who were showing off their skills to their heart's content were not nameless juniors in the Jianghu. Among the new top 10 experts in the great snow plains of Mount Hui, the Jianghu talent with the famous sword Wushu Su was a close friend of the direct disciple of one of the grandmasters. Their relationship was a little distant. Could an ordinary cat or dog be related to the direct disciple of the new top 10 experts in the world? As for the local Beiliang youngster who used the saber, he was even more influential. It was said that even the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian, cherished his talent and even personally taught him 2 or 3 moves of the saber technique. Hearing this, Su Fengnian could not help but grimace even more than when he heard Miss East-West say that she had seen through old Huang's identity with just a glance. Just as Su Fengnian was feeling a little depressed, the crowd was forcibly pushed aside. Su Fengnian turned his head to look and saw 2 men walking side by side. Both of them looked solemn. One of them was holding a long sword. The other had his hands behind his back. It seemed like they were about to participate in a peak battle for the title of top 10 experts in the world. Su Fengnian could only follow the crowd around him and make way for the 2 experts. It turned out that after the battle between the 2 young warriors on the giant rock had ended, It was the turn of these two Jianghu heroes who were more important in the Jianghu to compete on the stage. One of them was known as the Jiangnan Plum Rain Sword, while the other was known as the Central Plains Divine Dragon. Just listen, with such a respectable nickname, how could they not be heroes? While Su Fengnian made way for the two heroes, he thought to himself that he did not seem to have any good nicknames. It was a little unreasonable. Back then, when the four of them wandered the Jianghu in poor conditions, not to mention the heroine Li East-West, who gave herself a string of nicknames, the other two all had. Su Fengnian sighed and ate melon seeds. Not only was he depressed at the moment, but his crotch was also depressed. Chapter 1527. Su Fengnian suddenly turned around and saw a group of familiar faces. Su Huang with his beautiful beard, Sima Ken who always had a bright smile on his face, Lu Duanmao with his evil-looking face, Jean Baosher with a cold expression, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man who reeked of alcohol and carried a long sword. He should be the famous wine immortal Chong Sui. Su Huang laughed in a low voice and said, "I met Daoist Han in Purple Sun Palace and heard that your highness has come to the mountain. So I have to find your highness and thank you." What was supposed to be a harmonious and courteous conversation was completely destroyed by Chong Sui's arm around Su Fengnian's shoulder. After all, this fellow had directly put his arm around Su Fengnian's shoulder and said in a loud and careless manner, "I've made a trip to North Ji, and only then did I know that not only are the infantry under Yan Wenwan's command the best in the world, even the cavalry of Yuzhou is not something that the cavalry of Li Yongbie can compare with. Originally, I thought that Mr. would not let go of his old face, so I could find an excuse saying that I was not acclimatized to Beiliang and had to rest for 3 to 4 years. But I did not expect that Mr. would be so generous this time, even throwing Su Huang and the others to Beiliang. So, it is just nice, as we can still be together. But I tried so hard, but it backfired. After we bid farewell in Jibei, it should be the last time I see Mr. in this life. If I had known this would happen, I would have followed him to Qingtsang City in Lu Province. Su Fengnian, we are going to follow you in the future. Why don't we take this opportunity to discuss something and ask for the position of general for Su Huang? Let me put it bluntly first. A position with an unknown title is not going to work. Even if you can't be a general with real power in the border of Liang Province, you can still do it in Lu Province and Yuzhou. With my junior brother Su's full of military strategies, it is more than enough for him to lead an army of 10,000 men. That brat Sima can stay in the Liangzhou provincial governor's office as a 4th or 5th rank official. If you're a little bolder, you might as well shove him to Song Dongming as an assistant. However, you must be careful of this brat seducing the pretty maidservants of your Qingliang mountain. This brat's biggest problem is that he can't control the bird in his pants. As for junior brother Lu Duanmao and junior sister Jean Baosher, you don't have to worry. If there is no official hat for them, they can just find a place to train for 1.5 years. Su Huang's face was full of helplessness. Sima Can's bright smile became forced, while Lu Duanmao simply turned his head and pretended that he did not know this senior brother. Jean Baosher secretly glanced at Su Fengnian with a complicated expression. Since old Mr. Han was so generous, Su Fengnian, who was extremely surprised, was not a petty person. He immediately showed the swift and decisive side of a vassal king and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Su can go to the Huayang Pass Protectorate Office first. I will personally write a letter to Chu Lushan. The military affairs in Beiliang's border have always been strict. To be honest, I, Su Fengnian, dare not guarantee that Mr. Su can immediately become a general in Liang Province, but I will definitely not let Mr. Su use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Mr. Sima, you can go straight to Qingliang Mountain and assist Deputy Administrator Song Dongming. Of course, if you don't like being an assistant, you can also go to Liang Province's provincial governor office or Lingzhou's Taiyu County. Right now, there is a merit officer position in the provincial governor office, while Lingzhou's Taiyu County has just vacated a governor. They are both fourth-rank officials. It depends on how Mr. Sima weighs it. As for Mr. Liu, I hope that you can go to Lingzhou to help Provincial Governor Su Beiji. Perhaps your position will not be high at the beginning, but I believe that with Mr. Liu's knowledge and Su Beiji's foresight, Mr. Liu will quickly stand out. As for Miss Jean, I really haven't thought of a plan yet. Let me think about it, but before I go down the mountain, no matter what, I will give Miss Jean a satisfactory answer. When Su Fengnian finished speaking, Sima Can and Lu Duanmao looked at each other in dismay. Even Su Huang was shocked. Jean Baosher pursed his lips tightly and was in high spirits. Only Chang Sui still looked sloppy. He lazily picked up his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He wiped his mouth and smiled. Great. Su Fengnian said sincerely, Su Fengnian will of course welcome all of you to stay in Beiliang. My second sister will also be very happy. Chang Sui sighed softly. Then, other than the eldest apprentice brother, who has a grudge with the Su family, and the youngest apprentice brother, who has no choice but to stand against you, you have a total of 8 disciples. Currently, 6 of us are working together in Beiliang. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are in the hands of the heavens. People come and go as they please. The 6 of us are already considered lucky. Chang Sui's last sentence was clearly said to his junior apprentice brother, Lu Duanmao, who still had a knot in his heart. Among the 8 of them, Lu Duanmao had the best personal relationship with Prince Zhao Kai. Lu Duanmao turned a deaf ear. Next, Chang Sui suggested that they get together to taste the most authentic green ant wine in the world. Su Fengnian took out all of his silver and bought more than 10 bottles of wine from a vendor. Then he led them to a nearby thatched cottage. The cottage was cleaned all year round. Although no one lived in it, it did not look decadent at all. Even the small vegetable garden behind the cottage was full of greenery. Su Fengnian moved out bamboo chairs and stools from the cottage with great familiarity. He even took out a table that was originally used to store books. The thatched cottage was not far from the elephant washing pond, but the contrast between the two was clear. This had a lot to do with Mount Wudong's intention. The group of people sat around the table in the open space in front of the cottage. Chang Sui had already begun to drink to his heart's content. Su Huang and Lu Duanmao sat side by side. Jean Baosher sat across from Chang Sui, diagonally across from Su Fengnian. Naturally, Su Huang and Su Fengnian talked about the naval battle of Guangling when they met in Liuzhou regarding the fact that it was just a civil war that belonged to the Guangling Navy. The 2 of them each had their own opinions. Just as Sir Han had said, the 2 of them each had their own opinions. Su Huang guessed half correctly that it was a quick battle, while Su Fengnian guessed correctly that West Chu had won the battle. As for the following situation in Guangling, Su Fengnian and Su Huang had a dispute. Su Huang, a master of the art of war who had traveled through the old West Chu several times, firmly believed that Liang would quickly form an encirclement, and West Chu's breakthrough point would inevitably be the seemingly unstoppable 100,000 elites from Nanjiang. Only by doing this could they truly gain strategic depth for West Chu and gain a firm foothold in the gap between Jiangzhou and Nanjiang and truly display the advantages of the Guangling River as a natural barrier. Although in this way, it would still be difficult to escape the predicament of being pincered by Lu Xingxiang and the Prince of Yen, but compared to desperately defending a corner of West Chu's capital city and only being destined to be nibbled away bit by the Liang imperial court, the situation was still much better. For this reason, Su Fengnian specially dug out a geomancy map of the Guangling Road from his room and slowly spread it out on the table. Su Huang held a wine cup in one hand and used the other to point out the mountains and rivers. He spoke tirelessly. Landscape painting emphasizes power, and when martial artists exchange blows, they also emphasize power. Then, West Chu's power almost reached its peak after Xie defeated Yang Xinqing and Yan Jinchuan on the western front. Ko Jianghuai displayed his brilliance on the eastern front, and Chao Chongqing stabilized the Guangling River in one battle. However, Su Huang filled his half-empty wine cup to the brim and then pointed to the wine bottle by his hand. No matter how powerful West Chu's power is, it is still only a cup of wine. But Liang's power is as big as a wine bottle. Yang Xinqing's Jizhou infantry suffered a lot of casualties. Yan Jinchuan's cavalry was wiped out in one battle, and even Guangling Prince Zhao Yi's navy was completely wiped out. But the wine in the bottle is still more than the wine in this cup, a lot more. And this is just us talking about the military on paper, talking about the number of troops. The real general trend of Liang is that after the new emperor ascended the throne, the people of Liang are still stable, so much so that it can be said that they are becoming more and more stable. The Yonghui, auspicious talisman, is far less turbulent than what outsiders imagine. Therefore, in the Battle of West Chu in Liang, the former can succeed in one battle, while the latter can only lose one battle. Su Huang pointed to a strategic town on the north bank of Guangling River and a pass in Jianzhou on the south bank. He said in a deep voice, "If I were Chao Chongqing, when the old general Wu Zhongshuan leads half of the Nanjiang army to cross the river, I would send a valiant general who dares to fight a tough battle and 10,000 elite troops south to cut off their retreat. Then, I would send a veteran general who is good at defense to guard the western front door, so that the Nanjiang army of 100,000 can neither fight nor retreat comfortably." Su Fengnian bent over slightly to look at the map, frowned and said softly, "The deputy commander of Beiliang's infantry, great ancestor Gu, has mentioned Wu Zhongshuan, this veteran general. He thinks that this person's command of the army is far above Yang Xinqing and Yan Jinchuan. He also has many valiant generals under his command. Wu Zhongshuan will definitely keep an eye on his rear if he has to travel a long distance to fight in a foreign land." Su Huang shot a glance at Sima Qian, who was sitting cross-legged and munching on melon seeds. The latter resentfully put down the handful of melon seeds in his hand and sat upright. He said, "Wu Zhongshuan and the group of meritorious generals by his side are all experienced men who have fought many battles. They would not be so careless. However, according to military books, it is said that they do not transport grain for 1,000 miles. This is a hidden danger of the southern border army. More importantly, it is a fatal flaw that is not something that Wu Zhongshuan and the others can solve. That is, no matter how hot-blooded and passionate the battle on the battlefield is, it has always been a silent ripple of the battle in the imperial court. Since the late emperor of Liang, no one has trusted the prince of Yanqi, Zhao Bing. The current emperor is no exception. Isn't it using northern Mang to cut down the 300,000 cavalry of northern Liang's territory, and using western Chu to cut down the 200,000 ferocious troops of southern borders territory? If Wu Zhongshuan easily took West Chu, wouldn't the officials of Great Peace City be afraid of the 100 to 200,000 southern barbarians? If they had nothing to do, they would run right under their noses to show off their might." Chapter 1528. Sima Qian couldn't help but secretly pick up a handful of melon seeds from the table again. While eating melon seeds, he said vaguely, "Beiliang's transport is trapped, and the 100,000 troops in Nanjiang are not really comfortable. Therefore, in this battle, if Wu Zhongshuan was able to defeat Chao Zhangqing, that would be because he had the ability to reach the heavens. During this period of time, the imperial court would definitely make a move. It was the same logic as when Yen Jinchuan had no choice but to tacitly understand and take the risk to advance. Liang Imperial Court is the happiest when the battle reaches a stalemate. If they lose, they will be reorganized by Lu Xingxiang, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Expedition. Not a single soldier will be able to return to Nanjiang. Maybe even Wu Zhongshuan will have to enter the capital to be an official. Didn't Tangxi Sword was Lu Baijia just get demoted from the position of Minister of War to the position of administrator? Won't Wu Zhongshuan be moved? Don't you want to compete with the newly appointed Assistant Minister of War, Tang Taishuang? You are young, and your military achievements are not that good. You are not as famous as me. What right do you have to compete with me for the position? Besides, didn't Tian City say that a civil official who doesn't want to be the Grand Secretary is not a good civil official? A general who doesn't want to be the Minister of War is not a good general. Jean Bauscher stepped heavily on the guy's foot under the table. Sima Qian was obviously a person who had been tortured. His expression didn't change, but he was finally not so cynical. Although the imperial court of Liang is domineering, watching the battle of Liangmang from the other side, personally fighting with the rebels of West Shu, and deliberately playing tricks with the vassals of the older generation, I have to say that the late emperor of Liang is really a powerful monarch. If you look at the history books, if you don't talk about the military achievements, he should be in the top 5. Let's not talk about other things. Let's just talk about the general trend of removing vassals. Let's not talk about Bailiang. That Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan, went to the battlefield and died, right? Zhao Sui, the Duke of Jiaodong, has been guarding the door of the Northeast for so many years, right? Zhao Sun, the hereditary king of Jing, and also wished he could pour out his heart to the imperial court and carve the word loyalty on his forehead, right? That was why it was said that in a history book of the spring and autumn annals, it was about generals from various countries appearing on stage. Emperors and civil officials were all written to the side. Every page was filled with the words, "Martial artists save the country." As for the spring of eternal Hui, it was replaced with the words, "Literati rule the country." With Zhang Julu leading the charge and the 5 ministers outside of the Ministry of War working together, it was truly a magnificent sight. Even 1,000 years later, as long as you are a scholar, you will feel proud of this glorious history. Sima Qian suddenly paused and looked around like a storyteller who was keeping people in suspense. He took a sip of wine and said, "Then here's the problem. Why is it that on the surface, the longer Li Yang drags on, the greater the chance of victory, while Bei Meng drags on, the smaller the chance of victory? Why is it that Xiandi still insists on having Guangling Road burn, and then let Bei Meng feel that they have a chance to invade the south at this time, fighting on 2 fronts? Aren't you afraid that even the thickest of assets will be squandered?" Chang Sui was overjoyed and pointed at his shitty with his wine gourd. "In the future, if you can't make a name for yourself in Bailiang, then go to the restaurant and be a storyteller. Xixiang, I will set up the stage for you. Jean Shimmy will take the money." Su Fengnian smiled and gave the answer. For the elite troops in the world, it is already the limit to maintain their prosperity for 20 to 30 years. After that, they will only get worse and worse, and their shortcomings will gradually increase. Our Bailiang cavalry started in the spring and autumn annals, and now it has been 30 years. First, Great Peace City is afraid that our Bailiang frontier army will not be able to fight Bei Meng as time passes. Second, they are afraid that our Su Fengnian will have ill intentions after he stabilizes his position and grasps power. A very simple example. If my father had said in the past that he wanted to divide the river with the Zhao family, at least half of the soldiers would have left, and the morale of the army would have fallen. But if it was during the last years of Yonghui, Su Xiao, who was deeply rooted in Beiliang, mentioned this, the 300,000 cavalry would all be old people rooted in Beiliang. Not many people would leave. When our Su Fengnian truly holds power for 4 to 5 years and has all the generals of the border army in his hands, Beiliang, who has never had a good impression of Great Peace City, will not point their spear at Liang. It will be normal in the eyes of Jing for them to establish their own country on the northwest border, right? Chang Sui laughed and said, "That's human nature." Sima Qian asked with a smile, "Wang Yi, have you really not thought about this?" Su Fengnian shook his head, not saying anything. Chang Sui finally opened his mouth to talk about serious matters. With hazy, drunken eyes, he said, "When it comes to the various armies in the world, there are actually not many that can be called heroic. My old foundation is the Southern Ji Infantry of the Northern Han Imperial Guard, which has already been ruined by Yang Xinxing. Yan Xinxuan's cavalry was originally one of the best elite cavalry in Liang. Unfortunately, the old general died a sullen death and did not die in battle. Now, the number of soldiers left can be counted on one hand. The newly appointed administrator of Huainan, Kainan, has expanded from 60,000 to 80,000, and her military strength has decreased by quite a bit. The Minister of War, Tang Taizuang, has single-handedly trained the elite cavalry of Liaodong's Duoyan, which is extraordinary. The Blackwater cavalry of the vassal prince of Liaoxi, Zhao Sui, is also not bad. Wu Zhongshuan's great armor of the southern frontier is said to be able to compete with Yan Wenluan's Yuzhou infantry. The king of Yan, Zhao Bing, personally leads the 40,000 Wufeng army. As for the navy, the Guangling Navy has been split into two, so there is no need to mention it. The Qingzhou Navy has long been corrupted by the officials of the Green Party. If they can fight with words, they will probably be invincible. No matter how you look at it, only your northern Liang border army has been able to maintain its sharpness for a full 30 years. Chang Sui stood up and said slowly, "In the Central Plains, relying on natural barriers and cities will definitely not be able to stop Beimang's iron hopes. Therefore, I want to stand here in the only Beiliang frontier army that can withstand the disadvantage of numbers and not take a step back. I want to use my meager strength to block for the Central Plains." Chang Sui raised his head and drank half of the gourd of wine. At the mouth of the gourd in Yuzhou, there are 2 cities and hundreds of fortresses. When Beimang's hopes advance, it will only be after the Beiliang's defenders are all dead. Chang Sui muttered to himself, "Before I personally went to the border, I always felt that it was grand and majestic when I wrote poems after getting drunk. Only now do I know that the true border of 100 battles is not at all as heroic as the scholars imagined." Chapter 1529. Chang Sui said loudly, "Why write poems for the dead? It's better to die here, and leave your last words." Sima Qian said softly, "Second Marshal Brother is really drunk." Su Huang suddenly stood up and raised a cup of wine. He looked at Su Fengnian and said, "To Gourd Mouth of Yuzhou, to Tiger Head City of Liangzhou, to Qingtsang City of Liuzhou, a toast to the prince." Sima Qian, Lu Duanmao, and Jean Baosher also stood up and raised their cups. Su Fengnian stood up and said softly, "I don't deserve this toast. You can all drink a toast to the Beiliang, who has lived up to his name for the Central Plains for 20 years. In the end, Sima Qian was so drunk that he had to look for a cup under the table. Chang Sui also sang at the top of his voice, but he was humming in the dialect of his hometown that no one could understand. Su Huang also couldn't escape this calamity. This beautiful bearded man, who valued elegance the most, drank until his beard was covered in wine. Even Jean Baosher, who drank the least, drank until his cheeks turned red. This made Su Fengnian, who drank the most but was still sober, feel a little embarrassed. One time, when he pulled Sima Ken out from under the table, he looked up and saw the woman with smiling eyes. Su Fengnian blushed and said, "I'm the only one who isn't drunk. It's a bit of a bummer." The drunk Su Xiao squinted his eyes and smiled. He was already tongue-tied. "I heard from the teacher that before the great general was conferred the title of prince, you came to the capital to confer a reward. After the court was dismissed, you knocked on the hat of a big shot from the Ministry of War and said that I, Su Xiao, only had 600 to 700 men. In your eyes, I'm not even worth a fart. When I have 6,000 to 7,000 men in my hands, whether I can see you or not depends on your mood. When I have 60,000 to 70,000 men in my hands, you call me brother on the surface, but behind my back, you still call me a stupid old ruffian. In the end, I accidentally gained control of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers and destroyed 6 countries. I even killed 4 emperors. What do you think? Today, I will call you elder brother, but do you dare to accept?" "Ha, great general. Oh, great general. As a martial artist of the younger generation, I, Su Huang, also hope to be able to gallop on the battlefield like you and settle my grudges as I please." Su Fengnian saw the questioning gaze from the Treasury Department and said helplessly in a low voice, "This is just a rumor spread by the officials of Liyang. There's no such thing. If there really was such a thing, Su Xiao would have bragged to me hundreds of times." Chang Sui also went crazy from the alcohol. The great general is indeed formidable, but how could Li Yishan, who relied on the scholar's strength to assist the great general, ultimately helping Northern Liang fight Northern Mang alone, be inferior in the slightest? It's a pity that Li Yishan is already dead. Otherwise, I, Chang Sui, would be willing to become his errand boy. It's a pleasure to be able to chat with him. Lu Duanmao looked around in a daze. The wine in the cup in his hand had already spilled, but he was still muttering to himself, "Where's the wine cup? Where's the wine cup?" Sima Ken slammed the table and replied, "Isn't the cup on the ground? I saw it under the table just now." The half-drunk Treasury Department reached out to touch his forehead. Couldn't these brothers have a little bit of the restraint of scholars? It was fine when they were in Shangyin Academy, but why were they so unrestrained in Beiliang, a place they were unfamiliar with? Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It seems that our Beiliang's green ant wine is still the best." At dusk, in the end, Chang Sui and the others still didn't let Su Fengnian send them up the mountain. They supported each other as they staggered towards Xiang Palace. However, Chang Sui didn't forget to shamelessly ask for the northern cold saber from Su Fengnian. Jean Bauscher laughed and said, "Senior apprentice brother definitely isn't drunk. Otherwise, every time he gets drunk, he would give people things. He definitely doesn't have the habit of asking people for things." Chang Sui glared and said, "Senior brother doesn't even want his life anymore. What's wrong with asking for a saber?" Then he immediately muttered to himself drunkenly, "I don't want to think about sword chi soaring into the sky. At least I, Chang Sui, can fight like a bull when drunk. Su Fengnian, you brat, you're not honest. Drinking depends on one's character. How can you be the only one sober when everyone is drunk? This won't do. I'll drink with you again tomorrow. Today's because my junior brothers and sisters were dragging us down." Jean Bauscher said, unhappily, All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow when you can get the money from Mount Wudong." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Then I won't see you off." Jean Bauscher nodded and said apologetically, "Sorry about that, senior brother, and the others are usually not like that." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "People with temperament are the easiest to deal with. Beiliang's environment is only suitable for people like that." For some reason, Jean Bauscher slowed down his footsteps and turned to ask, "Is it really like the rumors at the border?" That Dong Zhuo of Beimang ordered Qi Manor, Sword Manor, and Yu Manor to set up the three great formations, chessboard, sword circle, and sitting stance. He even ordered the 100 over Kunlun slaves of Mount Bubang to control the ballista with power equivalent to a celestial's sword. He even used the talisman formation, one-line sky of Dao'd sect, and the Dunhuang flying apsaras of the princess's tomb, just to stop you from breaking the formation and advancing 200 steps. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "After hearing what you said, I realized that it sounded very impressive. But actually, when I was breaking through the formation, I didn't think much of it. Moreover, I had dozens of Wu family swordsmen behind me to protect me." Jean Bauscher whispered, "I see." Su Fengnian smiled and didn't say anything. The woman turned around gently and said with a light voice, "Look at yourself, look at your family, look at your hometown, look at your country, and look at the world. Look at everything one by one, leisurely and carefree." Su Fengnian frowned and fell into deep thought. As dusk approached, Su Fengnian returned to the front of the straw hut and cleaned up the mess. He moved the tables and chairs back into the house, and then went to the back of the house to look at the vegetable garden. After squatting in front of the house for a while, he returned to the house and lit an oil lamp. He casually picked a martial arts manual that he had taken from the armory back then and slowly flipped through it. Late at night, Su Fengnian put down the book and walked out of the house. In the eyes of Tantai Pingjing and the other Qi refinement warriors, Great Peace City was rich with the aura of the king. Xiangfan City was eerie with the aura of ghosts. Gangnam-do was elegant and bleak. Bailiang men couldn't compose frontier poems. Bailiang women also didn't have such grievances. Death was death. Su Fengnian looked up at the night sky. A general success was built on 10,000 corpses. What Su Shao owed to Chunqiu, I'll repay. Su Shao spent his entire life in the military. As a general, he could only kill people. There was no right or wrong. But no matter how many people he killed in the Central Plains, I, as his son, had to save that many people. And what I, Su Fengnian, owe the 300,000 cavalrymen and Bailiang citizens, I might not be able to repay in this lifetime. Chapter 1530. A huge fleet of carriages entered Bailiang's Yuzhou from Huainan's River Prefecture and headed straight for Wudong Mountain. The fleet was escorted by the imperial guards who had dazzling golden threads wrapped around their scabbards. There were also nearly 20 inner palace experts who had copper-embroidered fish pouches around their waists. Behind this group of carriages, there was another group of luxurious carriages following far behind. The coachmen driving the carriages were, without exception, top-notch martial artists with long Qi auras. It was the time when Liang destroyed Buddhism and promoted Taoism. In the north and south of the Yangtze River, there were new Taoist temples rising from the ground in all the geographical centers and spiritual mountains. The sound of immortal music resounded throughout the Central Plains. Among them, Xinjiang Temple in Great Peace City was built like a forbidden palace. There were statues of the 5 emperors, including ancestor Taizong of Liang. They were placed on both sides of the statues of the Taoist saints according to the ancient order of Li Zhao and Mu. They took the materials from the iridescent cloud pavilion of the imperial palace and used them to build the gate of Xinjiang Temple. They broke the inner palace's sweet spring hall and used it to build the hall of Laojun. The projection wall of the temple was painted with a grand system of 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands of Taoism. For a time, Xinjiang Temple became the head of all the Taoist temples in the world. The head of the temple, Wu Lingsu, was the Taoist who personally sealed the gate of the 2 Zen temples. She was now worthy of being the head of the Northern Taoist temple. Therefore, there was a saying in the world, Xingyang Temple in the capital, ancestral court in the north and south. Just when everyone knew that the white-robed monks of the two Zen temples were going to debate with the Taoist priests of Wudang on Lotus Peak, there was another news that the Yue minister who was like the sun in the sky in Great Peace City was going to rush to Beiliang's Wudang Mountain as the head of the imperial court with an imperial edict in his hand. He was going to confer the title of Wudang's supreme leader, Huang Manshan, as a void pierce master. A middle-aged Taoist with an otherworldly aura was sitting in the carriage. He wore a purple gold Taoist robe and had a purple horsetail whisk with 3 golden rings on his arm. He was smiling faintly. Beside the honorable Taoist sat a young man who looked very similar to him. Although he was also wearing a Taoist robe, he was closer to the secular world than the middle-aged Taoist. The young man said with a smile, "Father, I thought that after crossing the river province boundary marker, the Yuzhou military would at least send out a few hundred cavalries to intimidate us. It seems that Sugai isn't completely lawless. He's still very wary of father." The middle-aged Taoist was none other than Wu Lingsu, who had risen rapidly in Jing. He remembered that when he had just arrived at Great Peace City, the nobles of the city all liked to use his title of Qingqing King to make fun of him. Occasionally, when they met at a banquet, who did not call him Wang Yi, but did not bother to disguise the disdain in their eyes. Fortunately, the bitter days were over very quickly. He had failed to live up to expectations at Mount Longhu, and was repeatedly tormented by the young man surnamed Su. A certain mysterious Taoist who lived in seclusion at Mount Longhu had died, and his Tao had vanished. This even angered the previous emperor and the new emperor. In addition, Li Yang was an irresistible trend. Finally, Wu Lingsu was able to transform into a dragon as soon as he encountered the wind and cloud. He forcefully stepped on Mount Longhu and the two Zen temples to reach the peak of power. Among all this, his wife in name had secretly taught him, although the two had not actually been husband and wife. Even though Wu Lingsu had become the head of Taoism in the northern lands, he still held her in awe. Wu Lingsu glanced at his only son, Wu Shizhen, and felt somewhat dissatisfied. He, the official prefect of Chongxian of the court, had gone to Mount Wudang to issue an imperial edict. What was this brat pulling in a bunch of Great Peace City wastrels to follow behind him? That first, young master Wang Yuanran, his old man Wang Xiongui, had already been pushed from the position of Minister of Revenue to the position of Administrator of the Guangling Path. First my ass. If it wasn't for the fact that Tantanon still remembered the incense from the spring of Yonghui, with Wang Yuanran's shrewdness and ability, he would have long been eaten to the bone. There were also the other 3 young masters of Jing. Which one of them had any real weight? That pervert, surnamed Yan, at least had the famous general grandfather, Yan Jinshuan. Even if Great Peace City did not give face to the monk, they would still give face to the Buddha. They would more or less not bicker with this brat. But that little fatty called Song Tianbao, none of his ancestors had ever been an official or studied. He just relied on his father's wealth to spend money in Jing. Every day, he was a sucker for other people. He was just a silly little fool. Could this kind of rootless wealth last long? It was just 100-jong tall building built on sand. When the wind blew, it could collapse at will. Wu Lingsu said earnestly, "Shizhen, in my opinion, the sons of the aristocratic families in the capital are also divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. For example, although Wang Yuanran's father, Wang Xiongui, was demoted from a first-class official to the most dangerous position, the administrator, in the future, the 6 ministries will serve outside the capital for a few years before returning to the capital. As the only remaining pillar of Zhonglu, it is a good thing that one person cannot support the situation. Wang Xiongui may have a chance to make a comeback. Wang Yuanren, also has Tantanan to take care of him. Father will not oppose you getting to know him, but compared to the eldest son of Yin Maochun, Enchanting, and the only son of the Assistant Minister of Justice, Han Lin, Han Xingyan, Wang Yuanran is much worse. He can't even compare to Fan Zhanghe Li Jifu and Gao Tingshu. As for that Yen family, brat who doesn't amount to anything, his family is just like a half-dead person hanging on by a breath. That is why you... Let's talk about Zhao Wenwei, Yin Changing, and Han Xingyan. These three people's fathers were all Grand Secretary Zhang's favorite students. And then they had the foresight to part ways a long time ago. The father's generation has a good, official reputation. The younger generation's reputation isn't bad either. Even if I try to stick hot face to cold buttocks, they might not necessarily agree. Even if I thicken my skin and enter their homes, I still won't be able to become their close friend or confidant. Rather than this type of futile effort, I might as well spend a bit more effort on people like Wang Yuanran. Wu Lingsu sighed and said, "Small matters, it is hard to accomplish great things." Wu Shizhen said with a bitter face, "I actually want to get close to that Qin Xiaobao, but he doesn't even give you, father, face, so why would he pay me any attention?" Wu Lingsu reached out a hand to stroke the horsetail whisk's vermilion silk, saying softly, "Us father and son's foundation is still a bit shallow." Wu Shizhen leaned over to this new leader of Northern Taoism, saying with a low voice, "Father, if we can take advantage of this opportunity to trample on that surnamed Su and return to the capital, Father's position in His Majesty's heart will definitely rise a step further. Taking a step back, I can find an opportunity to secretly push Wang Yuanran and the other hotheads out to make a feud with Bailiang. Once they return to the capital and make a ruckus, the Su family's reputation in the capital will be completely ruined." Wu Lingsu was hesitant. That person even dares to refuse an imperial edict. And this is also his territory. How can Wang Yuanran and the others shake him in the slightest? As for the curses of Great Peace City's officialdom, the Su family father and son have never paid them any attention. Be careful not to smash your own foot with a rock. Bailiang's whisk water room spies can fight with Liang's Xiao Go for many years without being at a disadvantage. They cannot be underestimated. Wang Yuanran and the others can't accomplish anything. I don't think they will succeed. Wu Shizhen said with a smile, "I don't expect that Su person to be hurt. It's also good to disgust him." Wu Shizhen remembered the scene of him being humiliated by that peer at Mount Qingcheng. His tone was dark as he said, "Even if Su person has some information that he can use against him, would he really dare to kill over such a small matter?" Wu Lingsu suddenly asked, "In the group behind us, the one surnamed Lu, the son of the county chief of Hezhou, said that he used a scabbard to hit Su person in the past. Is that true?" Wu Shizhen said with schadenfreude, "It's most likely true. According to what Lu Chengfeng said, Su Fengyan was traveling the Jianghu with an old servant. They passed by Hezhou and had a conflict on the street. In the end, he used the scabbard of a cold blade to smash Su Fengyan's forehead. That guy also said that Su Fengyan threatened to bring 10,000 Bailiang cavalry to raise Hezhou. So Lu Chengfeng asked him who he was, and Su Fengyan asked him back, 'Su Xiao is my father. Do you think I am?' Lu Chengfeng, of course, did not believe him. After hitting Su Fengyan with the scabbard, he simply pulled out his blade and chased after him for half a street. Last year, I heard from the storytellers in the restaurants in the county that Su Fengyan was His Royal Highness. He really did travel the Jianghu with an old servant by long. He was scared to death, especially when Su Fengyan refused to accept the imperial edict and sent the Yuzhou cavalry to invade Hezhou. Not only Lu Chengfeng, but also his father and his whole family ran out of the city. Afterwards, When they saw that the Yuzhou cavalry had no intention of invading Hezhou, they returned to the county with fear. Wu Lingsu also found it interesting and said with a smile, "But later, wasn't there an incident where 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry entered Jizhou? They had to pass through Hezhou." Wu Shizhen laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. So the family resumed their old business and ran away at night. Fortunately, the Yuzhou cavalry returned through Heluku, so Lu Qingfeng's father did not resign and moved to Jiangnan. However, the Lu family also benefited from the disaster. The entire Hezhou knew about this hero, who dared to beat up the king of Bailiam. Even Lu Qingfeng's father received a unique, above average, in Hezhou in the local evaluation hosted by Yi Maochun. Lu Chengfeng and Song Tianbao are good friends who have known each other for many years. When he was welcoming Wang Yuanran and the others, he fell in love at first sight with the daughter of the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Plus, he was probably sure that Su Fengnian would not lower himself to his level, so he shamelessly followed him to Yuzhou. Wu Lingsu, who was no longer a self-proclaimed king in a corner, sneered, "It is rumored that Song Tianbao's grandfather, as the #1 god of fortune in the two Liao provinces, was not on good terms with Su Shao, who rose in Jinzhou in Liaodong." Lu Chengfeng and Wang Yuanran, who had a conflict with Su Fengnian in the Jiuzhou embassy in the capital, are indeed birds of a feather flock together. Wu Shizhen's expression was a bit awkward. It seemed that he had to be included. Chapter 1531. The first round of the debate between Buddhism and Taoism was going to be held at Lotus Peak tomorrow. There were no more places to stay on Mount Wudong. The inns in the towns near the foot of the Southern Divine Path were also full. The two groups of people entered a place called Escape Summer Town. The way they looked for rooms to rest was completely different. One group of a dozen people spent a lot of effort to negotiate with a small inn on the east side of the town. The normal rooms were much more expensive than first-class rooms in the Central Plains. When the innkeeper took the stack of travel passes, he just glanced at them and ignored them. So what if they came from Great Peace City? Wouldn't they still be slaughtered by our inn? However, the names of these guests were not vulgar. The middle-aged man with the sword was Qi Jiajia. It was Enchanting and Zhao Chunyuan, a young couple who looked like a perfect match. The handsome young man was called Zhao Wenwei. The two scholars in green were called Han Xingyan and Gao Shilian. The rest of them looked like retainers and servants. Their parents didn't pay much attention to their names. The other group of 20 or so people went directly to the best in an Escape Summer Town. When they heard that it was full, one of them threw down 500 taels of silver without hesitation, saying that he wanted to book the entire inn. The old innkeeper was annoyed by the young people's bureaucratic tone. He thought, so what if it's 600 taels? My inn is charging 100 taels a day according to the market price. You people want to stay for 3 days. 500 taels is nothing. The innkeeper rolled his eyes and said that the inn was doing business. There was no rule to chase away customers. The young man with the River Province accent took out another 500 taels without saying anything. The innkeeper reached out and touched the thick stack of brand new banknotes. He began to feel conflicted. The young man waved his hand as if he was afraid that others didn't know that he was rich. His helper immediately threw out 2 large gold ingots. The innkeeper looked and thought, silver is the father and gold is the Lord. Since we're meeting these elders, let's not talk about manners. However, the innkeeper still wanted a yard after taking an inch. He said that the 30 or so guests were all staying. He was afraid that the staff wouldn't be able to get them to move. As soon as he said this, a few people reached out and grabbed the hilts of their swords. The innkeeper was anxious and hurriedly told them not to fight. Whoever dares to cause trouble in Bailiang today will be finished. The innkeeper picked up the banknotes and gold ingots and went upstairs to explain to the customers. The innkeeper played a petty trick. Not only did he take the initiative to return the money, he even gave everyone 3 to 4 taels of silver. He even told the customers that a group of military lords from the northern Liang border wanted to stay here and that the innkeeper could not afford to offend them. Jianghu, Bailiang, Jianghu, 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 to Bailiang, Jiajia. He was the #1 swordsman in the capital. In his early years, he was not only the sword master of many princes. Even Bai Yan's daughter, Zhang Gaoxia, was once his disciple. To be able to trouble him, to escort a group of people thousands of miles away. The reason was simple. If any one of these young people were thrown into Jiangnan, they would all be people that high officials and nobles would do their best to curry favor with. This was because their family elders were the deputy of the head of the secretariat, Qi Yanglong, the former minister of appointments, Yin Maochun, the former #1 prime minister, Gao Shiji, the Duke of Yan, and Han Lin, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Among them, Yin Maochun's eldest son, Yin Changing, and Zhao Yuling's second daughter, Zhao Chunyuan, were husband and wife. The fathers of both families had strongly opposed it. In the end, the emperor, who was only the 4th prince at the time, set them up and married. It was a beautiful story in the capital. Zhao Wenwei, who had the reputation of being a child prodigy, was Zhao Yuling's favorite son. Han Xingyan was the second son of Assistant Minister of Justice. Han Lin, who was about to be sent out and promoted to administrator of Huainan. He was about to marry a virtuous county princess. Gao Shilian and Gao Shiqing were the son and daughter of Gao Shiji, the Duke of Yan, in his later years. They had always been doted on by the Duke. Fortunately, the brother and sister had always kept a low profile in Great Peace City. Gao Shilian and the son of Great Pillar State Gu Jiantang were close friends, while Gao Shiqing and Zhao Chunyuan were close friends who had played together since childhood. It could be said that these young people were the most outstanding children of officials in Liang's officialdom. The provincial governor of Huainan province was Kai Nan, who used to be Gu Jiantang's most trusted general. Han Lin was about to be promoted to administrator of Huainan province, so they would have a lot of dealings in the future. Gao Shilian and Gu Jiantang's 2 sons were also very close. There were many things that the big shots could not sit at the same table and talk cheerfully, and it was even impossible for them to have a tacit understanding. However, if a junior who did not see the big picture came forward, it would be much smoother. At this time, they were all gathered in Yin Changging's room. The window just so happened to be facing the street. Han Xingyan stood at the window and looked at the Bailiang cavalry slowly passing by on the street. He smiled and said, "Just by watching a leaf fall, you can tell that the Bailiang frontier army is really terrifying." Gao Shiqing joked, "Oh, now that you're the son of a second-rank administrator, your guts have grown by quite a bit. You even dare to say good things about Bailiang?" Han Lin raised both his hands, indicating that he was willing to be beaten and scolded. Gao Shilian could not help but feel indignant for Han Lin. He stared and said, "You talk without thinking. How can you marry?" Gao Shiqing glared back at him and said, "Shut up." Gao Shilian muttered his catchphrase in a low voice. "Having a sister like this, I'm really out of luck." Gao Shiqing, who yearned for chivalry the most, fiercely pressed down on the hilt of his sword and threatened, "Are you looking for a beating?" Yin Changging, who was the oldest and the most mature in the group, said helplessly, "You can drink tea, but if you want to quarrel, go outside." Zhao Chunyuan, who was brewing tea, waved at Gao Shiqing. Zhao Wenwei, who was still a teenager, asked with a laugh, "Brother-in-law, why did Wang Yuan ran and the others arrive at the foot of Mount Wudong before the Wu family's master Taoist. Enchanting softly revealed the secret. Master Wu deliberately slowed down his pace and waited until the last day of the Lotus Peak debate before ascending the mountain to issue the imperial edict. The reason why he was in such a hurry before was because he was afraid that the Yuzhou army would come out to obstruct him, so he missed the best opportunity. Since the Yuzhou army has not made any moves, he can take it easy. The small town was so small that one could see the scene in the west from the east just by sticking one's head out of the window. Han Xingyan frowned. It seems that Wang Yuanran and the others are stirring up trouble again. It's fine if they're in the capital, but why won't they stop when they're in Beiliang? Enchanting said calmly, "Let them be." Gao Shilian leaned against the window and glanced out. He angrily sneered. They're making quite a scene. As expected of the capital's 4 young masters traveling together, they're full of style. This bunch of vermin lying on their father's books of merit. It's one thing to enjoy a good life, but they still want to harm others. If they become high officials in the future, what else can they do besides bring disaster to the country? Enchanting frowned. Be careful with your words. Gao Shiqing made a face at her brother. Did you hear that? Big brother, En also wants you to shut up. Gao Shilian put his palms together and silently muttered, Heavens, oh heavens, hurry up and throw down a man to marry this girl. Zhao Wenwei stuck out his chest. Second brother Gao, what do you think of me? Am I worthy of sister Gao? The corner of Gao Shilian's mouth twitched. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gao Shiqing slapped the child's head. This old lady changed your diapers in the past. Enchanting smiled. All right, don't make a fuss. Sit down and drink some tea. This is one of the few tales of spring deity lake tea we have. Chapter 1532. As soon as Gao Shiqing sat down, she immediately stood up and giggled. No, only a fool would not join in the fun. I have to go to the other side of the town to take a look. As she said this, Gao Shiqing carefully looked at Enchanting, who always spoke softly but was the most decisive. Enchanting raised his head to look at her and slowly said, We agreed in the capital that it would not happen more than 3 times. It has already happened twice in the capital, and Jinan, if it happens again, you have to return to the capital immediately. Gao Shiqing smiled brightly and said, Understood. Gao Shiqing ran out of the inn like a wisp of smoke and ran along the street to the most popular inn in the town. She did not go too close. After all, she was not unfamiliar with Wang Yuanran, Yen Sei Fetus, and Song Pandan, especially since the Yen family residence where Yen Sei Fetus lived was their neighbor. Gao Shiqing respected old General Yen Jinchuan very much, but she hated this eldest grandson of the Yen family, who was upright at the top but crooked at the bottom of the tree. After old General Yen sacrificed his life for the country, an exception was made. During this period of time, Yen Sei Fetus's tail was raised to the sky. He actually had the guts to ask the elders of the family to propose marriage to the Duke Yen family. Gao Shiqing almost couldn't help but find someone to put this guy in a sack and throw him to the bottom of the lake. In Gao Shiqing's vision, Yen Sei Fetus did not disappoint. After coming to a small town like Beiliang, he still flirted with good people. He was currently surrounded by 2 young women with a group of bad friends. Gao Shiqing was a little surprised. Didn't people say that women in Beiliang were mostly tall and strong? The 2 young women in front of her were very beautiful. The young woman who carried a sword like her was probably above average and could not be considered stunning. However, the other one was quite outstanding. The brothel of Great Peace City was known to be filled with outstanding beauties. Gao Shiqing had disguised herself as a man a few times to go there to broaden her horizons. Even those courtesans did not have the moving beauty of the tall woman in front of her, especially her unapproachable aura. As long as it was a man who wanted to win, he could not help but challenge her. No wonder Yen Sei fetus jumped out in such a hurry. However, Wang Yuanran was not present. He should be hiding in overlooking the street. Yen Sei Zun gently twirled the sandalwood fan in his hand and chuckled. Big Brother is a scholar and has never done unscrupulous things like snatching common women. But Big Brother is naturally hospitable. I just want to invite you two sisters into my building to drink tea, recite poems at night, and admire the moon. Big Brother is from the capital and has long been curious if the moon in the northwest is as round as the moon in Great Peace City. Sisters, it shouldn't be difficult for you to give me some face, right? The woman with the sword was so angry that she laughed. Give me face, my ass. Yen Sei Zun laughed and said, You're really shrewish. So it's a wild horse from the northwest. Big Brother likes it a lot. The woman with the sword was about to draw her sword and slash at the man when her companion pulled her back. It turned out that a group of Bailiang's most notorious Jin cavalry had already rushed over. The rider who looked like a sergeant asked in a deep voice, What's the matter? The sword-wielding woman pointed at Yen Sei Fei and his group of young masters and said angrily, Hedonistic sons of rich parents from the capital, in broad daylight you want to— Yen Sei Zun innocently interrupted the woman's words. What do you want? I didn't do anything. I just chatted for a bit. The Jin cavalry sergeant's face was gloomy, his palm subconsciously pressed against the handle of his Bailiang saber at his waist, and looked down at the group of young men from the capital. Then are you done chatting? If you're done, then scram back to the inn. If you're not done, then continue. I'd like to listen in. Yen Sei Zun, who had never been treated this way in the capital, gritted his teeth and smiled lightly. He turned his head and glanced at a young man standing beside Lu Chungfeng. That young man braced himself and took 2 steps forward. He squeezed out a smile and said to the Jin cavalry sergeant, My father is the old governor of Yozhou's Huanggang County. My big brother is the former 8 Pass commandants. We're all on the same side. The Jin cavalry sergeant said expressionlessly, Even the current governor of Huanggang County can't control me, let alone the previous governor of Huanggang County. As for the 8 Pass commandants, they're just miscellaneous, right? Nowadays, even miscellaneous generals don't count in Bailiang. So what's the 8 Pass commandants? On the same side. Who the F***CK is on the same side as you. Seeing this scene, Gao Shiqing was a little dumbfounded. If this was Li Yangge's place, the local tyrant's son would have appeared, and that petty official would have to bow and scram obediently. It wouldn't be strange for him to cling to the powerful and become the villain's accomplice. The Jin cavalry sergeant turned his head and smiled at the 2 Bailiang women. Are you 2 ladies looking for a place to rest? If you can trust me, I know of a Yuting inn on the other side of the street. There might be 1 or 2 rooms left, but the price isn't cheap. There's no helping it. The rooms left in the inn's hands are all superior rooms that they've decided to rip off. If you 2 ladies have enough money, you can consider it. The woman with the sword smiled and said, Brother, thank you. The Jin cavalry sergeant glanced at the group of unfriendly bastards from the capital and said softly to the 2 women, I'll send you off. At this moment, a tall young man next to Yen Sedan sneered and said, Bailiang barbarians. The Jin cavalry sergeant, who had already turned his horse around, suddenly pulled on the reins and dismounted. He said to the other sergeant, Ma Biao, you guys take these 2 ladies to the Yuting Inn. This squad leader took off his light armor and cold saber and hung them on the horse's back. Then he turned around and stared at the young man who had called them barbarians of northern Liang. He limped forward and said, "I have taken off my armor and cold saber from my pottery cart. Today I am not a brocade horseman on duty." The tall young man laughed and said, "What, you King Cripple, you want to fight me one-on-one? I'm afraid I'll accidentally use too much strength and break your other leg." The man surnamed Tao laughed. "If you can kill me, it'll just be because you're capable." The tall young man curled his finger. In the hut not far from the elephant washing pool, Su Fengnian was moving books and drying them. Suddenly, the Yuzhou lieutenant and the spy leader of the Fu Shui Fong appeared together. Su Fengnian, who was squatting with a book open, raised his head and smiled. "If you have something to say, say it." The leader of the spies spoke very quickly, but his words were clear. Reporting to Wang Ya, at the foot of the mountain in Fuxia Town, 64 Jin cavalry and 27 Fu Shui Fong death warriors are confronting 23 people led by Wang Yuanran, the youngest son of Guangling's Dean of Dao. The cause is— Su Fengnian waved his hand and ordered the lieutenant, "Luo Hongkai, go down the mountain and lead 500 men to Fu Shui Fong. Don't confront them, just fight to the death." Su Fengnian pondered for a moment and then continued. "The other side should have quite a number of martial art masters as bodyguards. Sui Taizhan, you take out the 4 A-class Fong Fushui men of sacrifice currently on Mount Wudong and send them down the mountain with Captain Luo." Luo Hongkai asked carefully, "Your Highness, are we really going to fight to the death?" Su Fengnian smiled. "How can we do that?" Su Fengnian quickly added, "Just beat them half to death. After this matter, people will give a thumbs up to Bailiang for treating guests with courtesy." The two men quickly left. Luo Hongkai rubbed his chin and said, "Old Sui, our prince is indeed a scholar, right?" Sui Taizhan said, unhappily, "What's the use of telling me this? Why didn't you flatter him in front of the prince?" Luo Hongkai, who was striding forward, rolled his eyes and said, "Just say yes or no?" Sui Taizhan wiped his mouth and smiled. "Of course." Chapter 1533. Escape Summer Town. Escape Summer Town. Escape Summer Town. Just from its name, one would feel refreshed. However, at this time, it was very angry. In reality, of Wang Yuanran's group, in terms of appearance, other than the grandson of the old general Yan Zhenxuan, who looked like a villain, the rest of the group, including the tall young man who had seriously injured the captain of the Jin cavalry, only had a slightly arrogant attitude. They did not look like villains with a belly full of evil tricks. The 4 silent elders of the family also had the style of a great master. On the side of Bailiang, there were more than 60 patrolling Jin cavalry on the streets of the small town. They all wore light armor and only carried cold knives. They did not carry bows or crossbows. The Jin cavalry captain, who was in charge of the affairs of the 3 towns at the foot of Wudong Mountain, Escape Summer Town, had a sturdy body. However, he had a pair of small eyes. When he squinted, they seemed to disappear from his face. He supported the captain of the Jin cavalry, whose chest was full of blood. The latter had been punched in the chest by the tall young man and flew back several feet on the street. It was clear that he had suffered serious internal injuries. Without 2 or 3 months of recovery, he would not be able to do anything on duty. The reason the Jin cavalry captain did not act on impulse and order the 60 brothers who had accompanied him to attack the enemy was because the enemy had many hidden aces. Even with the help of the Fu Shui Fong spies, they might not be able to gain an advantage. In addition, the young man who had injured the captain had already announced his identity. He was the son of Li Yang's Sagsheng Field Captain. Sagsheng Field Captain was one of the 4 field captains in the capital and had real power. His rank was not very high, but he was a strong candidate for the 12 great generals of Li Yang's 4 campaigns for garrisons and 4 pacifications. The commandant of the Imperial Cavalry, who had just turned 30 years old, was a descendant of a general of northern Liang. He had long been influenced by the filth of the hedonistic circle and was very familiar with it. When there was trouble, the main character would generally not come out and make a ruckus. He felt that it was beneath him and needed a handy henchman to stand up for him. The young man whose father was the shooting sound commandant belonged to this group. To be able to have such a good general of Great Peace City Act as a helper, the other young masters who did not show any fear in the face of more than 60 Bailiang cavalry had to have a high status. This Imperial Cavalry commandant's immediate superior was the Horned Eagle commandant, Luo Hongkai, who was in charge of the military affairs of the 3 nearby counties. Commandant Luo had long since left a ruthless message that this time the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism held by Lotus Peak was related to Bailiang's face. Those who came to Mount Wudong to join in the fun were either officials or scholars. Those young ladies were all delicate young ladies from respectable families. They were all timid and couldn't withstand the torment. When you see these people, you bunch of rough men should be more amiable. It's best if you give them a smile. When you need to give them directions, you should speak nicely and not be impatient. In short, if any bastard dared to embarrass Bailiang in front of outsiders, then Luo Hongkai, would make him lose a few layers of skin. The Imperial Cavalry Commandant was in a difficult position. Although he only needed to say one word, and this Fuxia town would really start fighting. And if the 60 Imperial Cavalry couldn't win, there were still Commandant Luo's 2,000 elite soldiers at the foot of Mount Wudong. However, since he was the commandant in charge of 200 Imperial Cavalry, he couldn't be so impulsive. If he beat up the son of a shooting sound commandant, then so be it. If there were 1 or 2 sons of court generals with the surname Zhenping, or if he accidentally crippled the sons of high officials of the 6 ministries, then the matter would blow up. In the end, would the king really have to personally clean up after them? However, the Imperial Cavalry Commandant was sullen and angry. Thinking about this group of bastards who had come from Great Peace City to show off their strength, it was fortunate that they weren't Beimang barbarians. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be so hesitant. Today's matter was clearly started by the nobles of Jingdo. Wu Zhangtao's ox cart was already tolerating enough. If he had been the one to see that scene, he probably would have pulled out his sword and chopped them down without another word. Who dares to bully the women of Bailiang? Wang Yuanren let out a soft breath. Fortunately, the commandant was someone who understood the big picture. Otherwise, if the 2 sides really started fighting without any regard for the consequences, then his secret plan would not be easy to clean up. Wang Yuanren's gaze swept over the people around him. He saw the subtle expressions of his companions. Yan Tongshu's body trembled slightly. There was both the fear of facing the legendary Bailiang soldiers and also the excitement. The entire Great Peace City was cursing him for being a lecher who couldn't be supported. It was the famous General Yan Xinchuan of the spring and autumn period who had killed too many people and committed too many crimes that he had received retribution. This was why he had such a useless grandson to support the face of the Yan family. However, if Yan Tongshu, could safely return to Jingdo this time, who wouldn't say that he was a hero who dared to fight the Bailiang army? Who would dare say that he was a coward? The son of the shooting commandant, Li Shougua, Li Zhangliang, was in charge of guarding the northern part of Jingdo. The most famous person in Jingdo wasn't the high-ranking commandant Li, but Li Zhangliang's brother Li Chang'an. He was only in his early 30s and was already a corps general among the permanent generals of Liang. More importantly, Li Chang'an was a 4th-ranked general and was one of the first generals promoted by the emperor after he ascended the throne. Li Zhangliang himself had followed Yang Xinxing and Yang Huchen's Jizhou army down south to quell the rebellion last year. Unfortunately, The Yang army was defeated one after another and became the laughingstock of all the civil and military officials, other than the peerless General Yang Huchen, who had lost an arm. No one in this army was rewarded for their contributions, regardless of whether or not they had achieved anything. Li Zhongliang, who had personally taken the heads of more than a dozen West Chu rebels on the battlefield, also fell silent because of this. Why would Li Zhongliang act today for Yan Tongshu, whom he had always looked down on? The loyalty of a friend, that was underestimating Li Zhongliang, whose father and brother were both heroes. Before this person left Jingdo, his family had been secretly trying to help him enter the Duoyan elite cavalry that the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Taihuang, had built in Liaodong. However, Assistant Minister Tang had always been vague about this. He said that now that he didn't lead troops, his words might not be useful. Who would believe that? In the second year of Xiangfu, the Duoyan elite cavalry that had won a number of small battles on the border should be called the elite cavalry of the Tang family, right? However, in order to avoid suspicion, the Tang family was afraid that Tang Taihuang, would attract criticism in the Ministry of War, so the new commander of the 16,000 Duoyan elite cavalry used a border general whose surname wasn't Tang. However, that guy was slowly promoted from a sergeant to a commander by Tang Taihuang. As long as Li Zhongliang made a statement in Beiliang today, Tang Taihuang, who was Gu Jiantang's right-hand man along with Kainan, would understand without needing Li Zhongliang to say anything in Great Peace City. A Duoyan elite cavalry that everyone was jealous of was already a lieutenant. Wouldn't that be in Li Zhongliang's pocket? Song Tianbao seemed to stare dumbly at that tall Beiliang beauty. Wang Yuanren laughed coldly inside, learning from Yan Tongshu and pretending to be a pervert that Yan Tongshu had brought 3,000 taels of gold into Jingdo last year. In just half a year, he had squandered it all. Just for Yan Tongshu alone, he had bought the first spring of several young courtesans in Great Peace City. You fatty, you can't even forget your friends when you see a beauty, so don't pretend to forget your life when you see a beauty. In the second year of Xiangfu, you claimed to have stolen 5,000 taels of gold from your father, based on your father's shrewdness, not to mention stealing 5,000 taels of gold from Liaodong without anyone noticing. I'm afraid without his consent or tacit consent, you, kid, would have a hard time even stealing a single copper coin. Fatty song's fatty song. Ever since you entered Jingdo, in this year, relying on my Wang Yuanran's, Yan Tongshu's, and the others' names, your father probably earned far more than 8,000 taels of gold. Wang Wani, the daughter of the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Zhua, was famous in Jingdo. The old assistant minister had 8 sons. In the end, he had a daughter in his later years, so he gave his daughter this name. Wang Wani's appearance was passable, and her figure was very good. Unfortunately, her temperament was questionable. After all these years, how many poor scholars had she seduced that had the potential to become a carp jumping through the dragon's gate? Did she really think of herself as a fox immortal in a supernatural novel? Those poor scholars who could only stay in the temples in the suburbs of Jingdo when they were reading at night suddenly floated in from outside the window. Everyone was confused and infatuated. At this moment, Wang Wani was staring at the tall woman from the northern region, who looked like a real fox fairy descending to the mortal world, as if she was her enemy. Seeing that the situation was under control, Wang Yuanran became increasingly calm. His line of sight leaped over the Beiliang cavalry, discovering that Enchanting and the others had already arrived by Gao Shiqing's side. When Wang Yuanran saw these people, he obviously couldn't help but feel complicated. Last year, his father was still a minister who had the potential to take over Gulu's authority from Grand Secretary Zhang. However, even if his father wasn't transferred to the chaotic Guangling path, during that storm that shook Jingdo, after Wang Yuanran provoked Zhao Chunyuan and beat up Han Xingyan, he was still brought by his father to kneel outside Zhao Manor for half a day. Even now, Wang Yuanran still didn't feel like he was in the wrong. It was Zhao Chunyuan, this fickle woman, who had let down her childhood sweetheart first. In the end, she ran off to become the wife of that surnamed Yin, saying that she and Enchanting loved each other, that it was she who let down Wang Yuanran's brother, who was publicly acknowledged as gentle and honest. In reality, wasn't it because she saw that the Yin family's future prospects were good, especially since Yin Maochun was going to take over her father's heavenly official position as Minister of Personnel? Zhao Yuling, this old man, had occupied the Ministry of Personnel for more than 10 years, grasping the authority to promote all of the officials under the heavens. Did he really not have a bit of shit under his seat? Could he really wipe it clean before heading to the Secretariat? If Wang Yuanran could, he wanted to run up to Zhao Chunyuan and give her a slap. Then he would expose Han Xingyan's past in front of the Gao siblings. You brat, you only have this much prospects. You clearly love that Gao Shiqing, but you don't even dare to say it out loud. You can only obediently follow the matchmaker's words and marry that county princess, Zhao. Wang Yuanran's relationship with Han Xingyan wasn't bad. Last year, when he punched Assistant Minister Han's son in the face, wasn't it also because he lamented over his son's misfortune and anger? In the end, Wang Yuanran's line of sight stopped on Enchanting's body. His gaze was exactly the same as the one Wang Wani looked at that Bailiang woman. Chapter 1534. Enchanting, what a great talent that everyone thought highly of. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, gentleness, respect, frugality, it all seemed to be in one person. Was there really such a perfect young talent in the world? Wang Yuanran did not believe it, but from Zhao Yuling to Yuan Gua to Han Lin, and even Wang Yuanran's father Wang Xiongui, this large group of Yong Hui's famous ministers who came from Gulu who did not praise Enchanting. Wang Yuanran suddenly laughed. There really was someone who thought the same as him, and it was someone Enchanting wouldn't have guessed even if he was beaten to death. That was the important minister of the three dynasties of Li Yang, Tananan, Huanwen. Wang Yuanran was afraid of many people in his life, but the only person he respected was Tantanan. So when Tantanan told him to go to the Imperial College to reflect on his mistakes, Wang Yuanran directly refused his mother's urging to stay and really went to the Imperial College to reflect on his mistakes. When Wang Yuanran was about to leave the Imperial College, there were already rumors that Tantanan intended to abdicate and that Zhao Yuling or Yin Maochun was very likely to enter the Minxia province. When the undercurrents were surging, the old man personally went to the Imperial College to see Wang Yuanran. Before leaving, Tantanan said something that Wang Yuanran thought he would never forget in his life. Brat, being a person is like flipping through a book and reciting scriptures. Not to mention this old man whose neck is in the yellow earth. Even your father Wang Xionggui's age is half buried in the earth. He has almost flipped through the book to the end and can't find anything new. But a young man like you is different. There is an old saying that every family has its own difficult scriptures, but no matter how difficult it is, you should be sensible. You have to read it well and read it well. The reason why I'm talking nonsense with you is that when I, Huanwen, was young, I was also like you, idling around. But the old saying that a prodigal who returns is more valuable than gold is not a lie. Of course, Wang Yuanran knew that the little Jinren Wu Shizhen had an ulterior motive. This was nothing, not to mention those in the distance, just Li Zhongliang, Song Tianbao, and the others who were nearby were all smart people. Acting so rashly was all for the sake of getting what they needed, to be able to make it to their level. Even the infamous Yan Tongshu wasn't a fool. Song Tianbao wanted to rely on Yan Tongshu's identity as Yan Jinchuan's grandson to raise his banner. Other than freeloading and sleeping with courtesans for a whole year, how much money had Yan Tongshu secretly earned for the Yan family, who had always been cash-strapped? At least 200,000 taels. Otherwise, do you think old General Yan's posthumous body could pass the Board of Rights meeting so smoothly? The more he re-examined the people around him, the more Wang Yuanran began to understand that it was not easy for his father to become an official. Therefore, although Wang Yuanran could not help his father return to the capital as an important official, at the very least, he could win some reputation for his father. All of a sudden, a pleasant surprise came. Probably sensing the difficult situation of the Bailiang cavalry, as one of the parties involved, the Bailiang woman with a sword reported her identity. It turned out that her father was Song Yen, the son of the Lingzhou provincial governor. As the second-in-command of the civil officials in Lingzhou, he could be considered one of the top officials in Bailiang. Song Yan's daughter, Song Huangmei, pointed the tip of her sword at Li Zhangliang, the son of Colonel Shooting Sound, and said angrily, "Compared to officials, is that so? What's so great about your father's bullshit, Colonel?" Wang Yuanran could not help but laugh. Now that Bailiang had cut a large number of surplus generals and colonels, as long as they did not hold military power, they did not even have the right to hang the Bailiang saber when they went out. However, the colonel of Li Zhangliang's father, Li Shogua, was indeed quite amazing. He was now a fourth-rank official, comparable to Song Yan Zizhou. Furthermore, this Colonel Shooting Sound did not dare to say that he would immediately become one of the 4 generals of the 4th expedition, but as long as he operated it well, after 4 to 5 years of smooth sailing, he would definitely become one of the lower-ranked generals. Furthermore, his brother had a private nickname of Little Chun Wang in the Liang military circle. In front of Li Zhangliang, this Colonel Shooting Sound was still not enough. The pervert Yan Tongshu first snickered, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly. This hedonistic son of a rich family had the ability to make a man tremble. He held a fan in one hand and covered his heart with the other. "Brother, I'm scared to death." Yan Tongshu finally stopped laughing. He curled his lips and said, "Don't even talk about Izhou. The provincial governor is just SOSO. At this time, the cold and elegant woman who had been indifferent to the farce finally spoke. She turned her head and said softly to the commandant of the Imperial Cavalry, "My father is Administrator Li." The commandant of the Imperial Cavalry was stunned. The woman smiled sweetly and said softly, "Yes, I also have a younger brother called Li Hanlin. He is now the commandant of the Liangzhou crossbowmen." In the Bailiang military, whether it was the garrison troops or the border troops outside the Great Wall, most people had heard of the name Li Hanlin. It was even more effective than the number 1 civil official in Bailiang, Li Gongda. The commandant of the Imperial Cavalry smiled, knowingly at first, but he became more and more conflicted. Today's matter was really not a matter of whether the 2 sides were high or low officials. He was an insignificant commandant of the Imperial Cavalry in Bailiang. It was not because he was worried about his background that he did not dare to give the order to beat those bastards into a pig's head. It was because the war at Liangmeng was so intense that he, the only son of the Imperial Cavalry, had no chance to go to the border to kill the barbarians because his father and mother had dragged in all the elders of the family to pester him. However, his father had been a military officer at the Great Wall of Yuzhou and had always paid attention to the general situation. As the commandant, he knew quite a bit about the relationship between Bailiang and the Liang Imperial Court. The more this was the case, the more he could not make trouble for Commandant Luo or even the prince and implicate Bailiang in an even more dangerous situation. He turned his head to look at his subordinate, Sergeant Tao Che, who was unwilling to leave no matter what. Even this old brother of his knew the severity of the matter. He had taken off his armor and saber and was going to fight with Li Zhongliang as a Beiliang citizen. How could he act rashly? Tao Che was once a sergeant of the Beiliang crossbowmen. Like Li Hanlin, he was also an elite scout responsible for clearing the path for the Dragon Elephant cavalry up north. His left leg was severely injured in battle, and he had no choice but to retire from the crossbowmen. According to the rules of the Beiliang Frontier Army, he could have served as a deputy in the local garrison. However, Tao Che refused no matter what, saying that he was an old cripple and that he would be satisfied if he could return to the local garrison as a sergeant, that one call of the Beiliang barbarians. For an old soldier who had probably spent half his life fighting the Beiliang barbarians to the death, it was too hurtful. The Imperial Cavalry Commandant Fan, Xiangda, lowered his head and said softly to his old brother, who had returned from the Liangzhou border, "I'm sorry." Yan Tongshu opened his fan with a snap and smiled. What's the saying again? The temple is small and the wind is strong, but the water is shallow and there are many bastards. Who would have thought that I would be able to meet both the administrator and the daughter of the governor while casually strolling through the streets of this small town? What? You want to use your power to bully people? You want to use your private army to kill us good people? Wang Wani was instantly amused. Using power to bully people and good people, these two phrases coming out of Yan Tongshu's mouth really had a different flavor. Wang Yuanran and Li Zhongliang both had calm expressions. The more powerful the Beiliang side was, the more cheers they would receive in the capital in the future. However, the 4 experts beside them were a lot more nervous. With the combined strength of 2 master-level experts and 2 level 3 experts, not to mention 60 to 70 cavalry, even 200 to 300 cavalry wouldn't be a problem. However, if they really met the daughter of the Beiliang administrator, then it would be the same as angering the daughter of the Grand Secretary in the capital of Liang. At that time, it might alert the large-scale regular army here. Who started the bloody policy of Liang's 20 years of Jianghu? Wasn't it the old Liang prince Su Rentu? Moreover, it was said that the Su Fengnian, who had just fought with Tuoba Bodhisattva, was on Wudang Mountain right now. At that time, not to mention protecting the safety of these young masters and ladies, they might not even be able to protect themselves. Not far away, Gao Shiqing also smiled and said, "This Yan Tongshu isn't stupid to the extreme. This way, the Beiliang cavalry will either retreat with their tails between their legs, or they will have no choice but to use their power to bully people and kill innocent people." Gao Shirlian snorted coldly and said, "If I were the Imperial Cavalry Commandant, I wouldn't waste my breath. Even if I don't kill people, I would hang Yan Tongshu up and beat him up." Chapter 1535. Yin Changing shook his head and said, "Northern Liang is in a dilemma. If we don't completely fall out with them, we won't be able to capture Yan Tongshu and the others with an army of at least 600 riders and a few martial experts protecting them." Gao Shirlian said, unhappily, to be able to make Beiliang suffer a setback once, won't they be treated as heroes when they return to the capital? Yin Chang'eng smiled. "Let's go, we've seen the show. You guys really wasted that pot of Spring God Lake tea." At this time, the streets of the small town rumbled like thunder. Even Zhao Chunyuan felt a suffocating pressure. When a group of black-armored cavalry charged into the small town, there were constantly archers dismounting from their horses and climbing onto the roofs to occupy advantageous terrain. In this small town, there were no more than 400 to 500 soldiers on the streets and archers on the roofs, but they formed a black cloud that could destroy a city. The leading general took the lead, urging his horse to gallop to the side of the Jin Cavalry Commandant Fan, Xiangda. Sitting high on the back of the Liangzhou horse, he angrily rebuked with a gloomy face, surnamed Fan. Are you sunbathing here? Fan Xiangda didn't know what to do. He was about to speak when the Horned Eagle captain, Luo Honkai, scolded, "Bastard! How can there be a Bailiang army that doesn't draw their sword when facing an enemy? If the prince hears this and knows that I raised a nest of bear soldiers, how can I still be a captain?" Luo Honkai looked around and said in a low voice, "Unrelated people, leave the streets. You will not be treated as an enemy if you're late." This Lieutenant Luo was probably really angry at that Fan Xiangda, but he was his trusted aide after all, so he left some face for the commandant of the Brocade Cavalry. He turned his head slightly and spat before suddenly raising his arm and saying in a clear voice, "Patrolling Brocade Cavalry, retreat! Hippogriff Cavalry, get into formation. Draw your swords." Luo Honkai stared darkly at the group of people and grinned out of habit. His teeth were especially white and frightening. If anyone escapes without reason, the archers will kill them on the spot. The streets of the small town weren't wide. Logically speaking, it wasn't suitable for cavalry to gallop through. However, it wasn't hard for a cavalry to charge through. It wasn't like they were going to collide with those orderly infantry formations, so they could do whatever they wanted. The Horned Eagle captain, Luo Honkai, had around 3,000 soldiers under his command. He only had 500 cavalry. He had always been very careful. He begged and asked his superiors for more than 800 B-grade war horses from the Bailiang horse farm. In the local army, other than the first-class captains who guarded the dangerous passes, this was already a shocking achievement. For the captains of Yuzhou and Lingzhou, where most of the soldiers were infantrymen, to have 200 B-grade war horses was already a miracle. Of course, the reason why Luo Honkai was so capable was because the king of Bailiang had personally led 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry from Jibei to Hulu's mouth. Thanks to the prince, the Bailiang horse farm, which usually didn't pay much attention to the garrison troops in Liangzhou, had finally changed their view of the garrison troops in Yuzhou. Within the scope of their responsibility, they would give priority to war horses to Yuzhou, which was never known for its cavalry. As for the captains of Lingzhou, they could forget about it. Who asked Yuzhou to have a Yuan Dao who fought side by side with the prince? Do you have one in Lingzhou? Yen Tongshu was probably so scared that his legs had turned to jelly. His face was pale, and his lips were trembling. Even though the 4 experts who had quite a reputation in Liang Lake walked out and stood in front of them to protect them, this eldest son of the Yen family still couldn't help but tremble. This time, he was finally not as flirtatious as before. The son of the county chief of Hezhou, Lu Chengfeng, had a long face. He even had the thought of dying. "I just want to marry an assistant minister's daughter, as my wife to bring honor to my ancestors." "How can you Bailiang kill people just like that?" Li Zhongliang, who had experienced the toughness of the battlefield, was probably the calmest one among them. He was sizing up all the details of this regular army in Bailiang. The 2 local playboys of Bailiang who had joined the group to run errands for the rich and powerful in the capital almost turned around at the same time, wanting to escape into the inn. However, the middle-aged man who was acting as a guard instructor for the Li family suddenly reached out his hands and pulled the 2 back. Then 2 arrows flew through the air. If he didn't pull them back from the gates of hell, then the 2 pitiful creatures would have been nailed to the back by the arrows. If they were lucky enough to survive, they would be heavily injured. Wang Yuanren finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, "You Bailiang really dare to kill people on the street for no reason?" The Hippohawk captain, Luo Honkai, didn't waste his breath on him and waved his hand. The cavalry started to charge. An old expert who was the stabilizing force behind the scenes in the Yen family attacked first. The old man was a true second-grade master. If it wasn't for the fact that he suffered a fatal injury on the battlefield when he was middle-aged and coughed nonstop, every time it rained, and even breathing was painful. The old man might have already been a first-grade King Kong or even a mysterious finger realm expert. After the old man was saved by Yen Jinchuan from the battlefield, he stayed in the Yen family to repay his kindness. In the capital, he had the nickname of Half-Chi River Crossing. It was said that although the old man had difficulty breathing when he was sick, when he was facing an enemy, his earth energy was extremely dense, and he was also very skilled in martial arts. The old man faced a hippohawk cavalry that charged at him, and he was just about to smash the warhorse's head with his palm when a wisp of a strange figure suddenly flashed out from the side. The figure's hands pushed lightly on his chest, and it actually pushed him back to where he stood on the spot. Just as the old man exhaled, he had no choice but to take another breath. The slightly wrinkled clothes on his chest trembled and returned to normal. He wasn't the only one. The other 3 experts from his camp all tried to block the rider's path, but they were all blocked by someone else. Even though the 8 of them clashed 4 times in the blink of an eye, each with their own advantages and disadvantages, this gap allowed the Horned Eagle rider to reach Yen Tongshu, who was standing at the outermost edge. When the rider brushed past Yen Tongshu, the northern cold saber that didn't seem to be swinging left a large wound on the shoulder of the stunned Yen family's eldest young master. Fortunately, Li Zhongliang pulled Yen Tongshu back. Otherwise, the wound would have been on Yen Tongshu's neck. After the first rider, there were still hundreds of riders coming from behind. Li Zhongliang, who didn't want to get too deeply involved, had no choice but to fight personally. He took 2 steps forward, bent his back, and twisted his head to dodge the blade on the back of the horse. Then he slammed his shoulder into the side of the warhorse, sending both the rider and the horse flying. However, the 3rd rider didn't give Li Zhongliang any chance to catch his breath. Li Zhongliang took a series of quick steps, turned around, and grabbed the rider's arm that was holding the blade. Li Zhongliang roared angrily and dragged the rider off the horse, throwing him towards the 4th rider. The latter didn't even put away his blade. Instead, he leaned his body to the right and dodged it. Then, he still managed to stab Li Zhongliang with his blade. Gao Shilian, who was following the crowd back to the inn, saw this scene. Although he wasn't part of the situation, he was still very worried. He said softly to Enchanting, "Are we really going to leave like this? From the looks of it, this Bailiang cavalry really knows how to kill." Enchanting hesitated and finally stopped. He looked at Li Zhongliang and the others in the distance, who were already in danger. His expression was heavy. The group stopped under the eaves. Gao Shilian said angrily, "These Bailiang people are too much. How can they kill people on the street in front of so many people? Is there any justice in this world? Wang Yuanran is the son of an administrator. He didn't do anything heartless. How can the Bailiang cavalry just kill him like that?" Enchanting didn't say anything. He knew that it was probably because of the sensitive identities of Wang Yuanran and the others that the Bailiang didn't hesitate to go to war. Under certain rules, the imperial court made things difficult for the Bailiang. The Bailiang could endure it, and had endured it for 20 years. However, the Bailiang couldn't be humiliated. The corner of Enchanting's mouth lifted slightly. He walked out of the eaves and said softly to the window on the 2nd floor of the inn, "Thank you, Mr. Qi." The next moment, the streets of escaped Summer Town were filled with sword qi. The coldness of the sword qi instantly made the name escape Summer Town more appropriate. However, before Gao Shilian, Zhao Wenwei, and the others could sincerely sigh at Qi Jia's profound swordsmanship and magnificent sword qi, they suddenly felt a bone-piercing coldness come and go in a hurry. It was gone just like that. Then, without them noticing, a young man with a book in his hand was standing next to them. It was as if he had just been reading at home and didn't have time to relax before coming out to join in the fun. There was only a slight breeze on the streets of escaped summer town. It wasn't enough to flip the pages of the book. However, Zhao Chunyuan and Gao Shiqing, who were more observant, saw that the young man had just turned a page of the book. Chapter 1536. A middle-aged man stepped over the threshold of the inn. Such a simple movement made Enchanting and the others feel a breath like a spring breeze. The man was wearing a white robe with a jade belt. The sleeves were narrow and the body was wide. The robe was made of Sichuan brocade, a first-class tribute of the Liang dynasty. The collar and sleeves were inlaid with fine and delicate brocade with golden edges. The big part was simple and elegant, but the small part was noble. Probably only this kind of refined man with a hidden edge could marry the rouge girl with the reputation of peach blossom horse and pomegranate skirt. When he was 20 years old, the middle-aged man had a long sword hanging from his waist. The scabbard was black and simple, as if it was made from the skin of a python. But what was really strange was that the sword did not have a sword guard or hilt. Qi Jiajie, the #1 swordsman in the capital. Since he was 9 years old, he started practicing with the family heirloom sword, Ban Xiang. In the past 30 years, he traveled north to the 2 Liao provinces, south to Jianghuai, east to Jianshi, west to Jiang'e, and visited all the famous mountains and rivers in the world. During this period, Qi Jiajie changed to the sword Setting Sun at the age of 18. He challenged 6 grandmasters of the sword, including Dongyue Sword Pool suzerain Song Nianqing, Guangling Spring Snow Building's chief minister Chai Qingshan, and Tangxi Sword Saint Lu Baijie. He lost all 6 battles and returned to the capital for closed-door training. When he came out at the age of 26, he changed to the killing sword Smelly Tang. At the border of Liaodong, he single-handedly fought 800 Beimang cavalry and retreated unscathed, chopping off more than 300 heads. At the age of 30, he changed to the sword Changyu. It had no edge and no hilt, so if he held the scabbard upside down, the sword would slip out of the scabbard. Since ancient times, the long sword in the world had been called Changyu. Qi Jiajie's intention in changing to this sword was obvious. There were millions of long swords in the world, but only one, Changyu, was enough. As a result, Qi Jiajie and that northern Mang sword energy that he had changed his name to be close to yellow-green were known as Qi Shu Yellow Path, respectively viewed as the successors of Deng Taiye and Li Chuangong's successive sword gods. After Xianyuan Qingfeng, Qi Jiajie was ranked as one of the top 10 experts of Liang. His ranking was even higher than Chai Qingshan, who had returned to the Dongyue Sword Pool to assume the position of suzerain. What made Qi Jiajie even more famous was that the purple dress of Mount Hui, who was known for her loftiness and arrogance, had publicly said, "Mr. Qi's realm is 1 foot lower than mine, and when it comes to killing, I'm 10 feet lower than Mr. Qi's." This directly caused Qi Jiajie, who had not shown his sword for many years, to reach the peak of his reputation, vaguely gaining the status of the #1 expert of the northern land in Jianghu. Seeing Mr. Qi come out in person, Gao Shilian and the others felt relieved. In the minds of these juniors in Jing, who had heard the name Qi Jiajie since childhood, even if the sky fell, Mr. Qi would be able to hold it up with 1 sword. Although they had guessed that Mr. Qi's previous release and withdrawal of sword energy was mostly related to this unknown young master beside them. So what? There had always been a saying in Great Peace City that Mr. Qi's true strength was not in his current realm of the sword, but in how Mr. Qi's cultivation would be higher than yesterday's, especially when Lu Baijie resigned from his post as Minister of War and left to take up his post elsewhere. Qi Jiajie had sent him off and even gifted his sword to him. Lu Baijie, the Tangxi sword immortal, smiled and said, "Maybe in less than 20 years, I won't even be worthy of being Mr. Qi's sword disciple." Qi Yanglong's knowledge, tanned on seal engraving Qi Jiajie's swordsmanship, and now the chess skills of Li Yang's chess saint, Fan Zhongho, of the millions of people in Great Peace City, who would not be proud. When the young master who had come with the book saw Qi Jiajia walk out, the two exchanged a look. Compared to the young man who had a leisurely attitude and always had the ability to find irrelevant details in the wind and waves, Gao Shiqing found to her shock that Mr. Qi had taken the famed sword from his waist for the first time and held it in his hand. At this time, a group of people quickly came from the east end of Escape Summer Town. Zhao Wenwei, who was young and lively, couldn't help but look over. There were 4 people in the group, men and women of all ages. He only had his eyes on one person. As they came closer, the youth could finally see the person's appearance and could not move his eyes away. It was a woman of the same age who had just started to show signs of being outstanding. Her face, which had some baby fat, was thinning. A beauty with an oval face floated out of the water. Her robes were as white as snow, and she carried a white scabbard long sword on her back. She also had a simple red sandalwood hairpin on her head. The hairpin was like a sword that flew through her hair. In this moment, Zhao Wenwei was mesmerized. The saying that there were beauties in books was a lie. How could they be as beautiful as the real woman outside the book? Everyone had their own eyes. Gao Shiqing's first eyes were on the handsome young master in green robes and holding a sword. She exclaimed, "Li Yibai of the Dongyue Sword Pool?" Li Yibai was not only famous in Liang Lake, but also in Jiangnan and even in the officialdom of the capital. Li Yibai's teacher was Song Yanqing, the head of the Dongyue Sword Pool. His family was a distinguished family. In the past, the top 10 magnates of the spring and autumn period valued family status the most. Except for the intermarriage of the 10 families, even some of the imperial families who were not of orthodox birth disdained to form an alliance through marriage. However, the Li family that Li Yibai belonged to could become the next best marriage partner of the 10 magnates. In the spring and autumn period, there were only 8 families that received this honor: Li, Pei, Yu, and Xia. Among them, the Pei family fell into silence after the Shenzhou continent sank. The most famous person in the family was actually a woman, Pei Nanwei, the concubine of the old king of Jing, Zhao Heng. Li Yibai's temperament showed the gentleness and elegance of a noble young master in Liang. With a charming smile, he looked at Gao Shilian and Gao Shiqing and said softly, "I didn't expect to meet Brother Gao and Miss Gao in the northwest." Since it was Li Yibai who came from the Dongyue Sword Pool, then the identity of the tall old man beside him was revealed. He was Cai Qingshan, one of the few great masters of the sword in the world. Presumably, Qi Jiajia's majestic sword qi that filled the small town had attracted this group of people. After Cai Qingshan entered the small town, he did not look at Qi Jiajia, who was at the same level, but at the young man holding the book. Li Yibai ignored the strange atmosphere under the eaves of the inn and introduced to the Gao siblings with a smile, "My martial uncle Chai was a good friend of the holy monk of the dragon tree in his early years. When he heard that the white-robed monk was going to preach at the Lotus Peak, he specially brought us to Bailiang. As for these 2 children, they are martial Uncle Chai's beloved disciples, Song Tinglu and Shan Yi. What are you waiting for? Quickly call Brother Gao and Sister Gao." Chapter 1537. The handsome young man, who was not tall but had an extremely long sword on his waist, responded with an "oh." He politely greeted Brother Gao and Sister Gao, and then continued to stare at his peer with vigilance. He was furious. This guy wants to stick his eyes on my junior sister. What does he want to do? Does he want to take my sword? Only when Song Tinglu looked at Zhao Wenwei did everyone notice that he was staring at the girl in white with a strange name. Zhao Wenwei's sister, Zhao Chunyuan, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her silly brother, who only liked to read, practice, and paint with his father since he was a child, finally had his first awakening of love. Zhao Wenwei asked softly, "Your name is 321?" The girl, who had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, said indifferently, "My surname is Shan. I'm not 321. Today, the girl in white's simple and polite words were remembered by Zhao Wenwei, who would die of Wenjin in the future, for a lifetime. Song Tinglu snorted coldly, "Brat, don't try to get close to my junior sister. I can beat 100 weak scholars like you down without using my hands. When the time comes, beat me up. Don't say I didn't warn you." After such a commotion, the 3 boys and girls, each with their own thoughts, gathered under the eaves, which were slightly hostile after the strange young man and Qi Jiajie appeared one after another. Suddenly, the atmosphere relaxed a little. The scholar, who had just closed the book and tucked it under his armpit, suffered such an unexpected calamity for no reason. Not only was he not angry, he even smiled and gave the young Song Tinglu a thumbs up. The seemingly naive Zhao Wenwei said, happily, "You know what, even if I didn't warn you, you're also a scholar." Enchanting gently knocked on his brother-in-law's head and scolded, "Learning to read and write can't be used to argue." Standing under the stairs, Chai Qingshan looked at the young man under the eaves. His scholarly aura was not as good as Enchanting's, and his Jianghu aura was not as good as Li Yibai's. However, even Qi Jiajie and Qi Jiajie, 2 gurus, still couldn't suppress this person's potential momentum. Only Li Yibai, who had reached a high level in Jianghu, could slightly sense it. Enchanting, Gao Shilian, and others were not Jianghu people after all. Shan Yi suddenly asked curiously, "You have sword qi on you. Are you also a swordsman?" The man took out the book from under his armpit and waved it. He said with a smile, "Greenwater Pavilion Sword Practice, record of 60 years. Have you heard of this secret manual?" The girl nodded solemnly and said, "I've heard from my master that there are many swordsmanship manuals in the world, and the Greenwater Pavilion has the reputation of being the best. It's a pity that the author's aptitude is limited and can't catch a glimpse of the scenery above the Xian finger level. Therefore, it only has momentum, but not spirit." That person lamented, "When I first used Greenwater Pavilion to practice my swordsmanship, there was an old man who commented on this book, and it was similar to what you said." Chai Qingshan finally opened his mouth to speak. He said in a low voice, "I didn't expect that the parting with Li Chungang by the Guangling River would be the last time I see him." That person put away the book again and said slowly, "If it weren't for great Master Chai's obstruction, and the fact that he was not as skillful as he was, I and the old man in the sheepskin fur coat would have been able to walk up to the reviewing platform by the river." Chai Qingshan said expressionlessly, "It's a matter of loyalty to the emperor. At that time, Chai Qingshan, was a guest of the Spring Snow Building in Guangling. Of course, I had to stop Li Chungang. As for how I stopped him and whether it was honorable or not, I didn't care so much." Qi Jiajie's words were shocking. "Lord Chai, is there a first come, first served rule?" Chai Qingshan, who came from the southeast to the northwest this time, did not bring a long sword. The old man glanced at Qi Jiajie's sword, long sword, and did not speak. Enchanting gently held his wife, Zhao Chunyuan's hand, to ease her tension. The person beside him was the northwest vassal king Su Fengyan. Zhao Chunyuan was a socialite from a noble family in the capital. She had also heard countless legends about this person. He had traveled to Liang Lake twice, went to Beimang alone once, traveled to the west regions twice, and fought in Beiliang once. How many high and mighty masters in the world had died in the hands of this young man? Back then, Run Tu led the army and rode horses to Jianghu, trampling the courage of half of Jianghu. As for the son, he smashed the Liang River Lake, which had been flourishing with great difficulty, into a mess almost all by himself. Martial Emperor City had become a thing of the past. Yang Tai-sui died at the Iron Gate Pass. Catman Han Shengxian died suddenly. Song Nianqing died in a foreign land. Master Lu Hao suddenly disappeared. Xie Lingjun of the Spring Invitation Cottage in Shishu died, for no reason beside the Spring God Lake. Zhao Ningxin, the young genius of the Taoist master residence in Longhu Mountain, was beaten to the ground. Gao Shilian and Han Xingyan swallowed subconsciously. They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Even Gao Shiqing, who was not afraid of anything, quietly took a few steps back. Su Fengnian, who had rushed from Mount Wudong to the escaped summer town at the foot of the mountain, did not feel as if he was facing a great enemy when facing the two sword masters, Qi Jiajie and Chai Qingshan. He turned to look at the bloody battle on the other side of the street and turned back to look at Gao Shilian, who was standing beside Enchanting. "You are the son of Duke Yen, Gao Shiji. My spy from Fu Shui mentioned that you would come to Mount Wudong with Qi Jiajie and the others. So when Qi Jiajie released his sword energy, I came, other than telling Qi Jiajie not to do anything unnecessary. I also wanted to thank you. Gao Shilian, do you still remember that martial addict Kong? He was a young man from Bailiang who went to Tai and city earlier than Yen Qiji. Now, he is working in the Ministry of War. I heard that when he first came to the capital, he was bullied a lot. It was you, Gao Shilian, who helped him. Later, Yen Qiji followed Yen Jieshi and Yen Dongwu to the capital. You were also the first person from the capital to hang out with Yen Qiji." Gao Shilian did not feel the slightest bit flattered. In fact, this duke's son even had the thought of killing himself. I, Kong Wuqi, and Yen Qiji felt like old friends at first sight. I have nothing to do with you, the Prince of Northern Liang. Please don't thank me. You, Su Fengnian, should just knock me out with one punch. Otherwise, when I return to the capital, rumors will spread all over the capital. Won't that bad-tempered father of mine break my legs? But Gao Shilian sadly found that he only dared to listen and could not say a word. Qi Jiajie asked, "Are you done?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "No hurry. It just so happens that I am waiting for someone here. What, are you going to stand up for Wang Yuanran and his group of playboys? But let me say this first. No matter how much trouble they make, it is still the same. For example, that Lu Chengfeng who sneaked into the capital from Hezhou. The grudges from his early years are in the past. Wang Yuanran, who fought with me at Jiuzhou Embassy in Taiyan City, is about the same. But if you, Qi Jiajie, intend to interfere, then their originally insignificant debt will be counted on you, the #1 swordsman in the capital." Su Fengnian smiled for no reason. If we really want to calculate, there is indeed a debt between us. Qi Jiajie clenched the famous sword he had been with for more than 10 years. He was calm and composed. He laughed and said, "Let's do it together." The young man, Zhao Wenwei, clenched his fist and waved it quietly. Mr. Qi was indeed Mr. Qi. Even when facing one of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts, the king of Bailiang, he was not inferior in terms of speech, momentum, or the style of a master. Su Fengnian, who had his back to the inn and was facing the street, did not look sideways. He said softly, "Okay, then please draw your sword first." Chapter 1538. As soon as he said this, Enchanting, Han Xingyan, Li Yibai, Song Tinglu, and Shan Yi were all shocked beyond words. To Qi Jiajie, who had the potential to become the Grand Master of swordsmanship, he said he couldn't even draw his sword out of the scabbard. Perhaps in Jianghu for 1,000 years, only Ancestor Lu, who passed the gate of heaven but never entered, could say this. This guy with a book under his arm, was he trying to oppress others with his power? Although Chi Jiajie didn't dominate the martial arts world with his abundant chi, he was able to become the best swordsman in the capital. His strength was close behind the 14 Wu judges. It would be ridiculous if he couldn't even draw his sword. It was clear that a battle was imminent, but Chai Qingshan, who was inexplicably involved in the center of the storm, didn't move. He didn't intend to take Li Yibai and his 2 disciples away, nor did he circulate his qi to prevent any accidents. Obviously, if Su Fengnian and Qi Jiajie were to fight freely, there wouldn't be much difference whether they were in or out of the town. Chai Qingshan must have bet that the confrontation between the two would be a gentleman's fight. The 2 sides would form a tacit agreement to fight within a square inch, so as not to implicate the people in the town. How could Chai Qingshan miss such a rare opportunity to train his mind in martial arts when he had a certain level of insight and experience as a bystander with a certain level of expertise? How could Chai Qingshan miss such a rare opportunity? Qi Jiajie tilted the famous sword Chang Dao, which was cast from the Jinglong sword furnace. It was 3 feet and 3 inches long. His 5 slender fingers didn't reach out to draw the sword, but the Chang Dao suddenly sounded like a dragon's cry. Less than an inch out of the scabbard, the Yin suddenly felt a cold wind blowing against their faces. This time, after a slight stop, the Chang Dao's length suddenly increased to more than 3 inches. The Chang Dao left the scabbard twice, both times very smoothly. But in this world, things could be done once or twice, but not thrice. The Chang Dao didn't move at all. The 3 people from Dongyue Sword Lake, who had sharpened their hearing after practicing martial arts, could already hear the constant sound of mosquitoes and flies flapping their wings. Enchanting and the others also noticed that outside the eaves on the streets of the town, dust gradually flew into the air, forming land tornadoes. They spun slowly like a group of women in yellow dancing gracefully. Finally, at an extremely slow speed that even Gao Shiqing could see with the naked eye, the long sword left its sheath by another inch or so. However, Qi Jiajie's Sichuan brocade robe, which seemed to be untainted no matter where he was, began to tremble slightly like a dragonfly touching the surface of a calm lake, causing ripples. Under the scorching sun in Escape Summer Town, the place where Qi Jiajie stood under the eaves of the inn happened to be alternating between light and dark. Originally, it was difficult for ordinary people to perceive the light, but now it was not only clearly visible, but also distorted in an instant. Song Tinglu and Shan Yi blinked at the same time, thinking that their eyes were playing tricks on them. However, after blinking, those strange lights were indeed like snakes. At the same time, the small tornadoes on the street shattered and dissipated. The saber finally came out of its sheath another inch. Gao Shiqing was completely unaware that she was already sweating profusely. The black hair on her temples was wet and stuck to her crimson cheeks. Zhao Wenwei also subconsciously loosened her fists and spread out her palms to wipe the sweat on her robe. The white-clothed girl with a sword on her back was also an outsider, but in fact, she was more nervous than Gao Shiqing and the others. She whispered to the boy of the same sect, "Song Tinglu, do you think Qi Jiajie's sword can be completely unsheathed?" The sword at his waist was actually 4 feet long. Song Tinglu thought for a moment and solemnly said, "Call me senior brother, and I'll tell you the answer." The young girl wore a sword-shaped red sandalwood hairpin, and her willowy eyebrows were as thin as swords. Therefore, when she frowned, she appeared particularly heroic. However, the young girl quickly smiled brightly and sweetly called out, "Senior brother." The boy shivered, as if he had seen a ghost during the day. He then pretended to be stupid and laughed. "The answer is, I don't know." Given the girl's temper, if it was in the past, she would have already drawn her sword and slashed the future sect master of Sword Lake until he ran all over the mountain. However, today, She took a deep breath for the first time and let Song Tingla go. The latter soon understood the reason behind it and rolled his eyes. Compared to Zhao Wenwei's irritation when she glared at her junior sister in the past, the boy, who was quite energetic, had suddenly turned into a frosted eggplant, and he looked listless. There was no helping it. Her junior sister had to carefully maintain her ladylike image in front of her, as well as a certain person that almost all the other senior sisters and junior sisters of Sword Lake admired. Her junior sister was a person who would have probably never come into contact with yellow rouge in her entire life. However, after arriving in Yuzhou, every time she saw a cosmetic shop on the street, she couldn't move her feet away. At that time, even if she had to make a scene, she should have told her master not to agree to come to Bailiang with her junior sister. After the dust that had created the small tornado dissipated, it was blown up by the wind. Su Fengnian waved his hand and gently scattered it. Qi Jiajia bent the fingers of his sword-wielding hand and turned it into an illusory grip on the saber. The saber spun rapidly, as if thunder was rolling in his palm. Seizing the opportunity, the saber was forcibly pulled out of its sheath by 3 inches. However, a spider web appeared on the bluestone floor under the Northern Sword Hero's feet, and the cracks continued to expand and extend outwards. Gao Shirlian was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled Zhao Wenwei back in a hurry. The young couple, Enchanting and Zhao Chunyuan, both saw Sir Qi's white robe begin to flutter. Then, the movement became louder and louder, flapping in the wind like a war banner on the battlefield. Zhao Wenwei, who previously had the leisure to secretly size up the white-clothed girl, felt uneasy. She wanted nothing more than to cheer for the immortal Sir Qi. She desperately hoped that Sir Qi would pull out the entire saber in one spurt of energy and extinguish the arrogance of the young king of Bailiang. However, to be honest, after seeing this notorious Northwest vassal king with her own eyes, putting aside his provocative words, he was no different from those outstanding scholars Zhao Wenwei had seen when she was studying in the diligent department of the Imperial Palace and Zhao Jiaowing Imperial College. He had a good background, a good appearance, and a good temper. He was the kind of person who could be hated even if she didn't like him. When Qi Jiajia finally raised his right hand, he put 2 fingers together and hovered in the air an inch above the saber. Qi Jiajia's momentum suddenly changed. If before he was like the 5 great mountains towering over the Central Plains, now he was like the Guangling River surging eastward into the sea. On the mountain, in front of the thatched cottage near the elephant cleansing pond, stood a young Taoist dressed in an ordinary Taoist robe from Mount Longhu. Beside him was a man who was squatting on the ground and reading an ancient book with narrowed eyes. The latter said softly, "Focus, this isn't the action of a gentleman." The young Taoist said calmly, "Mister, although it goes against my conscience, my surname is Zhao after all. I'm a Taoist from the Celestial Master Residence. Uncle has been preaching in Great Peace City for many years, and now he's still in a precarious situation in the capital. In his letter, Uncle mocked himself that he couldn't even be Prime Minister Qingci. Moreover, Mr. also knows that if Wu Lingsu is allowed to gain power, not only will it be a misfortune for Buddhism, but the orthodox Taoism will also be shaken." The scholarly man, who seemed to have bad eyesight, was almost glued to the page of the book. He sighed and said, "Choosing the lesser of 2 evils?" He wanted to say something, but stopped. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. "You won't nag about those great principles. Everyone says 1 is 1. We scholars know a lot and like to say 1, 2, 3, 4. If you don't stop us, the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 will also come. Sometimes if I ask myself, it's really annoying. All right, do your work. Don't worry about me. This book is not bad. I've searched for many years but couldn't find it. I'll take this chance to read it first." Zhao Ningxin hesitated. "Although this time, at most, we'll make him lose the destiny that was about to form in the western regions. But, mister, you still shouldn't have come to Wudong Mountain. Once he's angry, it's fine if I die. But, mister, you shouldn't have died in this Bailiang. Mister should have gone further than Sun Ping in the past." Bai Yu dabbed in his saliva and gently turned a page. He said, "If the heart is too big, the appetite will inevitably be too big. It's harmful to the body." Zhao Ningxin sighed. He walked forward a few steps, closed his eyes, and formed a seal with his fingers. In the celestial master residence of Longhu Mountain, the highest bud of the purple gold lotus in the lotus pond suddenly bloomed, and then withered. On the large ship on the first floor of the Qingzhou Navy, there was a scholar sitting cross-legged. There was a bowl of water in front of him. He pinched a clean white stone between his fingers and said with a smile, "Since the matter has come to this, and the situation has changed, don't blame me, Xie Guaniying, for adding insult to injury." The stone smashed into the water in the bowl. At the same time, a streak of white light flashed from the southeast to the northwest. After looking at the north, Su Fengnian retracted his gaze and began to turn sideways to look at the east. Without the support of the Qi Jiajia's long spear slid back into its sheath. Qi Jiajia took off the long spear and casually threw it on the street. Yin Chongqing and the others were confused. Shan Yi and Song Tinglu were also confused. Chai Qingshan, who had been watching the show, also took a step forward. Su Fengnian looked into the distance and said with a smile, "The Dongyue sword pool has poured in all its efforts to forge a new sword. Qi Jiajia is the sword master. The few remaining Qi refinement warriors of Liang have gathered together with Zhao Ningxin of Longhu Mountain and Chai Qingshan's help. The sword that you invited from thousands of miles away is much more extravagant than the sword that I used to kill Han Shengxian." Qi Jiajia said softly, "I'm ashamed." Chai Qingshan was silent. Su Fengnian, who still had the Green Water Pavilion sword training record under his arm, did not show any sign of anger. "Mount Wudong is not far," he said. "Burning incense and making a wish is quite effective. You'd better pray that I won't be able to block your sword," he said. The girl from the Dongyue sword pool said timidly, "Su Fengnian, doesn't the Jianghu say that you are the reincarnation of Zhenwu Great Emperor? What's the use of making wishes?" Su Fengnian could not help but say, "That's true." Su Fengnian looked at her, and the young man who did look like Song Nianqing. The latter quickly grasped the sword hilt with both hands. He knew that the king of Bailiang was very good at borrowing swords without asking for permission, and he would often borrow hundreds or thousands of swords. On the other hand, the girl, who had not grown up yet, blinked at Su Fengnian, indicating that the sword on her back was not bad. If he wanted it, he could take it. There was no need to borrow it. Su Fengnian exhaled softly. He looked to the east and said to himself, "There's no need to borrow it. I have my own swords now." Su Fengnian rose from the ground and stepped into the air. In the sky, the man was surrounded by swords like locusts. "I have a sword, 2,400 swords, 6,000 miles long." Chapter 1540. The world-renowned Mr. White Lotus was still reading the book. If there were other people around, they would think that this scholar had buried his head in the book. It was a funny scene. Back then, during the battle at the Spring God Lake, Zhao Ningxin invited the ancestors of Mount Longhu, but his golden body was still broken. However, after Zhao Ningxin's realm fell, he resolutely decided to go into a life-and-death seclusion to cultivate the Tao arts of the Jade Emperor Pavilion, which was as famous as the Wudong Great Yellow Court. Finally, he broke through and stood up again to condense his fate. The purple golden lotus in the Dragon Lake bore a natal bud. In the future, as long as Zhao Ningxin carefully nurtured it, he might be able to ascend like his grandfather Zhao Shi and his father Zhao Danxia. He might even have a higher rank and complete the magnificent feat of ascending on the dragon. Therefore, this time, Zhao Ningxin destroyed his own purple gold lotus and guided the 10,000 miles sword to break Su Fengnian's fate. He was destroying both jade and common stone. Otherwise, with Qi Jiajia's sword strength, he wouldn't be able to fly from Dongyue Sword Lake to Wudong Mountain in the northwest. Zhao Ningxin's body swayed and fell to the ground. He murmured, "Along the way, I kept telling myself that it was for the sake of the Central Plains orthodoxy for the people of Liang, and at least for the 1,000-year inheritance of the Celestial Master's mansion in Dragon Tiger Mountain. But in the end, it was just for my own selfish reasons. I wanted to solve the inner demon of my defeat at Spring God Lake." Bai Yu walked to the young Taoist with a book in his hand and said softly, "Ordinary people bully others. Immortal people bully heaven and earth. It's not hard, but it's easy to deceive yourself. It's always easy to say it's easy, but it's hard to say it's hard." He bent down and put his hand on the young Taoist's shoulder. He said softly, "Ningxin, don't blame yourself. Since you've passed this hurdle, you should cherish it more. As for me, I won't be able to pass this in my life. I don't want to be like Xianyuan Jingcheng, who can't get out of Mount Hui. In the future, you and I will be senior brothers. You can cultivate in peace on the mountain, and I can be Zhang Julu at the foot of the mountain, or Sun Ping, who died before achieving victory. It doesn't matter anymore." The man from the Taoist Master Mansion, who was personally bestowed the title of Mr. White Lotus by the late Emperor of Liang, squints his eyes and looks into the distance. "My eyes are not good. Unfortunately, I can't see how magnificent that sword is." Zhao Ningxin looked into the distance and said bitterly, "Then I'll take a look for you." At the Green Mule Ferry at the west end of Bailu Lake, under the tight escort of the Qingzhou Navy, 100,000 Nanjiang elite troops began to methodically cross the river. This was undoubtedly a huge project, but the Qingzhou Navy that was temporarily under the command of the King of Jing and Zhao Sun was cautious and conscientious. They won the approval of the Qingzhou Navy, including the general of Nanjiang, Wu Zhongshuan, and changed their bad impression of the Qingzhou Navy that was said to be an embroidered pillow. However, the young vassal king who assisted the southern border army in crossing the river did not have much interaction with that great General Wu. They had only met at the banquet for the southern border generals. However, that night, as long as there were prostitutes in Xiangfan City and even the entire Qing province, almost all of them were invited to the Qing province Navy's ship. The King of Jing and Zhao Sun also had the elegant title of Rouge Prince in the literary circle of Qingzhou. On the ship that had quietly withdrawn all of the Qing province Navy soldiers, a man and a woman stood at the door to the cabin. They looked at the middle-aged scholar who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time. Earlier, they had watched him inexplicably place down a white bowl and then toss in a stone. The young man was wearing a brocade robe and a jade belt. He was elegant and elegant. The graceful and moving woman also took off her hat after boarding the ship, revealing a face that could make the old Qingzhou faction's bigwigs dumbfounded. The woman and the concubine Pei Nanwei, who accompanied the old king to the underworld, were 80% similar in appearance and 70% in spirit. The woman frowned and said, "Prince, that light just now was Sword Qi?" The King of Jing and Zhao Sun said helplessly, "You're asking me? AI, with my mediocre skills." She didn't pretend to be a mature woman or a shy girl. She didn't even want to smile. She just slightly raised the corner of her mouth. No matter how many times Zhao Sun saw this kind of cold expression, he still felt a rush of excitement. the rising young vassal king of the Liang dynasty, held her hand without saying a word. A man in a white robe walked out of the cabin and passed by the two people. He walked to the side of the gray-haired scholar and glanced down. He saw that in the white bowl there was a thin white line cutting through the water. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand, and the bowl disappeared. He slowly got up and walked to the railing with the man in the white robe. He looked around and said with emotion, 800 miles of spring god lake, in addition to the Guangling River. There are 4 rivers flowing into it. What a magnificent and boundless place. Even the villagers who have lived by the lake all their lives wouldn't think that the spring god lake is actually withering day by day, like an old man past his prime. But the white reed lake under our feet is like the scene of the young man gradually turning into the prime of his life. It will become more and more vast, and eventually become the biggest lake in the world. Huang Longsher once said that the fate of the world is predetermined, but it doesn't stop moving. The land is the master, and the water is the guest. If you don't keep it, you can't get it. The handsome man in the simple white robe didn't comment. The Confucian scholar smiled and said, for the sake of the fate of Li Yang and northern Liang, Qi Jiajia had no choice but to give up his lifelong ambition. He abandoned Changwu and went to the sword pool of Dongwei to seek a sword. After Qi Lianhua created havoc in the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, Li Yang had no choice but to gather all the remaining Qi cultivators of the northern supporting dragon sect at the sword pool. They used their lives as the price to inject their essence, blood, and spirit into the sword furnace. Such a big movement was just an extravagant hope to shatter that person's newly obtained fate. Thinking about it, the Zhao family of Liang was indeed aggrieved. Thousands of scholars died, and the Jianghu people flooded in. Then there was the Lotus Peak debate. Even the 2 famous Taoists of Huainan and Jiangnan flocked there. This was the attitude of the whole world. Seeing that Beiliang didn't follow the rules, the person sitting on the dragon throne in Great Peace City couldn't come up with a good solution. To be honest, if I didn't add fuel to the fire, Qi Jiajia and the others wouldn't have succeeded. Chapter 1541. Xia Guanying, who ranked first on the celestial map, and Chen Jibao, who left earlier than the 10,000 Shu soldiers who were summoned to quell the rebellion. Xia Guanying did not turn to look at the king of Jing, and who had succeeded in inheriting the title like Su Fengnian. He laughed softly and said, without Lu Su's help, he is doing well. Xia Guanying joked, Your Highness, you should give him some face. He admires you a lot. Furthermore, we still have to rely on this emperor of 10 years in the future. Without him, things will be much more troublesome. Chen Jibao looked towards the northwest. The bright white rainbow was becoming more and more majestic. Even the extraordinary king of Shu narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Before Xia Guanying noticed the clues and threw the stone into the bowl, in a large reed marsh at the east end of Bailu Lake, a small boat stood still and moved with the waves. On the bow of the boat, there was a bright red robe that spun quickly like a blooming peony. The red robe suddenly stopped. The joyful face looked towards the sky. Just as she was about to fly into the sky, the woman lying on the boat with her eyes closed said, Don't worry about men's business. In the capital of West Chu, Chao Chongqing, who had rushed back to the imperial court from Bailu Lake to take charge of the military and political affairs, came to the wide white jade square outside the hall. His gaze followed the sword light from east to west. He sighed and said, Lord Yansheng, this sword should have been waiting for me outside Taiyan City, right? Chao Chongqing said loudly, Su Fengnian, please help Li Chungang, Wang Xianji, Jianzhu Huang, and all the people of Jianghu who have died in Jianghu. Teach the people in the imperial court what Jianghu is. The 3 Taoists walked along Guangling River to the east. When they could see the outline of Xiangfan City, the young Taoist in Wudong robe stopped. The little Taoist, whose entire body was flowing with spiritual qi, asked curiously, "Master, why aren't you moving?" The man with a sword on his back, who was wearing a Taoist robe from Longhu Mountain but mingling with the Wudong Taoists, frowned and said, "This sword is coming from Dongyue Sword Pool to Wudong Mountain." Li Yufu, the current leader of Wudong's sect, who accompanied the carp to transform into a flood dragon in the river and into a dragon in the sea, nodded gently. He did not say anything, but there was a rare anger between his brows. Qi Xianxia, the Taoist priest of Mount Longhu, who came to look for the master and disciple of Wudong, praised, "This sword has no scabbard. The world is the sword's clothes. If I can face this sword head-on in this life, I will die without regrets." The little Taoist, Yu Fu, said softly, "Life and death, how important is that? Let's not die so easily." Qi Xianxia was speechless. She turned her head and stared at the little Taoist. She smiled knowingly and said, "You look like someone. When he was timid, he was even worse than a woman. When you're brave." Qi Xianxia didn't say that. When he was bold, even the immortals in the heavens were afraid. The donkey-riding middle-aged man, who had already passed Jianga and entered Shishu Dao, suddenly said angrily, "Li Yang, oh Li Yang, how can you play with this sword like this? Aren't you forcing me, Dong Tai, to go to Beiliang's border?" The young man who was pulling the box on the back of the donkey said with a sad face, "Master, can we not let our emotions affect our decisions? It wasn't easy for us to come to Shishu Dao from there. My calves and stomach have become thinner. In the end, we didn't see any scenery, and we have to go beyond Beiliang's Great Wall." The peach blossom sword god, who had never meddled in Li Yang's court, rubbed his chin and said, "Li Yang has gone too far in this matter. It's not as simple as stabbing someone in the back. It's going to someone else's house and digging up the foundation of their house in front of them, using the words we heard from someone 2 days ago. If the uncle can bear it, the aunt—" The young man quickly cut him off and said, "The aunt can also bear it." Dong Tai bent down and rubbed the back of his old companion. "The donkey." After thinking for a while, he said, "There's no rush. Master will first take you to see the scenery of Shishu. I have a feeling that in the future, no place in the world will be safe. Only this place will be more peaceful. If you can find a wife here, that would be for the best. When that time comes, Master will have nothing to worry about and can leave Shishu Dao alone." The young man laughed foolishly and said, "That's ridiculous." Dong Tai rolled his eyes and said, "You're just secretly happy." The young man suddenly said angrily, "Although I don't know what happened, if I were the king of Beiliang, a great grandmaster, I would have already killed my way to Great Peace City and beat up that Emperor Li Yang." Dong Tai sighed and said, "So Su Fengnian is the king of Beiliang, and you can only be my Dong Tai's useless disciple." The young man said angrily, "I'm really going to find a wife in Shishu Dao. When the time comes, I won't care about you anymore." Dong Tai turned his head and looked to the north. "Then hurry up." At the border between Beiliang's Luzhou and Beimang's Gusaizhou, Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was discussing matters with a group of generals, including Lu Gui, suddenly strode out of his tent. This king of the northern courtyard had a complicated expression. If he had known this would happen, would Su Fengnian have stayed at Huda's city and fought with him again? If he died like this, the history books would say that he was a northwest vassal king who died in battle at the border. He would not die for no reason and cause the door to the central plains to open. At the imperial astronomer of Great Peace City, without those qi cultivators, the imperial astronomer of today was too quiet. A young man wearing a yellow dragon robe and a young man wearing the uniform of the imperial astronomer walked side by side. The emperor tried his best to speak calmly and asked, Little bookshelf, how confident are you? Under the sunlight, the young man raised his hand to cover his forehead and looked at the sky. He smiled and said, I don't know about other things, but someone is unforgivable. The young emperor also smiled. I'm clearly a formidable person, but my son wants to be a hero. How funny. The young man suddenly became worried. Brother Emperor, are you not afraid that he will completely side with Beimang? The emperor asked, his father, Su Shao, has only done two things in his life. He used 20 years to conquer the Central Plains and another 20 years to resist Beimang. Do you think he dares to side with Beimang? Does he dare to let his father's efforts go down the drain? The young man said, Oh. The emperor was extremely happy. He smiled and said, Right, the Su Fengnian, who doesn't want to be a loyal official but a filial son? Chapter 1542. In the summer town, Mr. Qi, who was as immovable as a mountain, stared at Chai Qingshan and said angrily, Why didn't you stop Su Fengnian from leaving? Don't you know that the later Su Fengnian meets the sword, the more likely we are to succeed? Qi Jiajie took a step forward and stretched out his hand. The long banners on the street rose into the air. He glanced at the girl with a single surname beside Chai Qingshan, who was holding the book like it was a treasure, and said angrily, You just casually threw out a crude copy of the Greenwater Pavilion Sword Practice Manual. Do you, Chai Qingshan, still want the Dongyue sword pool to suppress the Wu family sword tomb? Have you forgotten why your junior brother Song, Nianqing, died? Chai Qingshan rubbed his disciple Shani's head and said with a smile, Do you think I can stop Su Fengnian if he wants to leave? Chai Qingshan shook his head and said, If I join hands with you, the #1 swordsman in the north, and sacrifice our lives, we can delay Su Fengnian for a long time. In the end, the sword will reach Yuzhou or even the foot of Wudong Mountain. But I don't think this will affect the outcome of the battle. The Dongyue Sword Pool and the Wu Sword Mound have been fighting for the title of the Sword Pool for hundreds of years, from the Dafeng Dynasty to the current Liang Dynasty. The disciples of the Dongyue Sword Pool have different levels of swordsmanship and different levels of swordsmanship. Have you ever heard of anyone who failed to honor the swords they forged? Chai Qingshan sneered and said, First, junior brother Song, Nianqing died for the imperial court. Now, the sword pool forged a sword for you, Qi Jiajie. So I didn't even bring my sword on this trip. Someone needs to beg for food at the foot of the emperor, but I, Chai Qingshan, don't. What? Not convinced? Come and hit me? Anyway, it's not the first time I don't like you and Master Lu Hao. Qi Jiajie was so angry that he lost his composure. Even the long spear trembled in the air. Even Song Tinglu and Shan Yi, the two disciples of the sword pool, had their horizons broadened. Master was usually a very serious old man. Why had he changed today? Ha! But the boy and girl liked it. This was the good master in their hearts. The girl in white with a sword on her back felt even more satisfied. Su Fengnian had thrown her the Greenwater Pavilion before he left. In her opinion, her master should have met such a person and drank 300 cups of wine together. Therefore, she made a face and shook her head to add fuel to the fire. What do you think? If you're not convinced, come and hit me. Come and hit me. Song Tinglu turned his head and bared his teeth. Look, as long as that person was not around, his junior sister would reveal her foxtail, but he liked it from the bottom of his heart. The sword pool disciple was angry. The boy, the boy, the boy. The sword pool. Youth shouted. Master, Jiajie the boy. The boy, he was. The sword was shouted A's. The sword boy was to stare S's. S-A, he. The boy was slapped on the head by his sister. Song Tinglu, You're his mother. Zhao Wenwei, whose face became thinner after meeting the girl, only dared to say in his heart, "Miss, my name is Zhao Wenwei. I'm a scholar who aspires to be the most famous scholar in history." Qi Jiajia's eyes were fierce. Chai Qingshan had let go. He didn't pretend to be an elder in front of his disciple. He tilted his head and picked his ears. "Qi Jiajia, if I remember correctly, you, the one flying the kite, still have to pay attention to the flying sword thousands of miles away. Don't let it go to waste. If you really want to fight with your life on the line, then wait until this matter is over. When the time comes, regardless of whether it is your swordsmanship or your state of mind, you will have benefited greatly after this trip. You will have a chance to reach the realm of Deng Tea's sea visit to the immortals. When the time comes, you and I will definitely die." Qi Jiajia suddenly closed his eyes and sensed the thread-like will of the sword. After he opened his eyes, he regained the otherworldly demeanor of Mr. Qi of Grand Peace City. He smiled and said, "Chai Qingshan, you don't have to talk about the demeanor of a swordsman or the honor of Jianghu. You just don't think that the sword can achieve anything. Let me tell you a piece of news. Someone has secretly added a great aura to the sword that is enough to trigger the anomalies of the world." Chai Qingshan narrowed his eyes. "Oh, let's wait and see." Qi Jiajia smiled and waved his hand. The long tortoise and sword were nailed into the pillar of the inn. Han Shengxian was waiting for him in Shenwu City. Yang Taisui was waiting for him outside the Iron Gate. Huang Qing and the Bronze Man Grandmaster were waiting for him in Liuzhou. Diwu Raccoon went to Mount Bubeng to find him. Wang Xianji went to Beiliang to find him. Tuoba Bodhisattva was looking for him in the western regions. This time, it was nothing more than a sword looking for Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian broke through the air on the spot. He summoned 2,400 sword wills of one Qi and took the initiative to meet the sword. Su Fengnian stepped on a sword of Qi. He floated in the wind. With the sword under his feet, he walked with the wind. Qi Jiajia was only a medicinal primer, carefully prepared by the Liang Imperial Court. It was not difficult for Su Fengnian to kill him, whether or not Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool was there to stop him. Why did Qi Jiajia happen to arrive at Fuxia town almost at the same time as Wang Yuanran and the others? Otherwise, with the great reputation of Mr. Qi in the capital and the background of Enchanting and the others in the imperial court, how could there not be a few rooms on Mount Wudong for them to stay and rest? Qi Jiajia wanted to use the abundant sword aura that leaked out of the town of escape heat to force Su Fengnian to come down from the mountain and reveal himself. Then he would pretend to unsheath his long sword and have an ulterior motive in this competition. He wanted to bite Su Fengnian's unique Qi to death so that he could find a target for the 10,000 Li coming from the East Sword. Of course, Su Fengnian was not unfamiliar with this bold move. In fact, to be precise, he was the ancestor of this trick. Back then, when there was a great disparity in strength, he still insisted on killing the cat Han Shengxian. For this purpose, he planned carefully. First, he lent the sword to Sui Shegu in Wuwu City. Then, he returned the sword to the outside of Shenwu City. Only then, he was lucky enough to kill the Catman who was known as the first person on Earth below the immortals. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "An eye for an eye? It's not that you don't want to take revenge. It's just that it's not time yet." He stepped on the tip of his foot slightly, and the tip of his sword slightly tilted. Then, the whole forest of swords soared into the sky and rushed into the thick clouds. When Su Fengnian broke through the clouds together with the swords, it was like a school of fish jumping out of the water. Above the sea of clouds, the rays of the sun shone brightly. The sunlight was so unscrupulous that it seemed to have draped the clouds with a graceful and magnificent golden coat. heaven and earth were quiet, and the atmosphere was peaceful. Only the swords were agile and wanton, leisurely wandering. The duck in the spring river knows when the water is warm, and the cicada is aware before the golden wind rises. The finger mystery state had the ability to predict the future. Therefore, when fighting against the enemy, they always had the advantage. The celestial state, the third realm of the first rank, got its name because of the resonance between man and heaven. Entering this realm was no different from the chi cultivators who were good at prying into the world's atmosphere, or even better, they had a keen intuition about the direction of the general trend, especially when it involved themselves. The highest land immortal among the first rank 4 realms was known to travel the East Sea in the morning and arrive at the Great Desert in the evening. His wanton and unfettered behavior was worthy of the 4 words, wonderful beyond words. In today's world, who would dare to say that the good-for-nothing crown prince of the past was not a true immortal? The Wudong peaks behind Su Fengnian gradually faded away. He could clearly sense that the distant sword had just flown from Gangnam-do to Huainan-dao. A battle of life and death was destined to take place above the 9 heavens. But after all, there was still Huainan-dao between them, so Su Fengnian was still not in a hurry. Aside from the 2,400 swords, Su Fengnian stood on the flying sword with his hands behind his back like an immortal on stilts. He stared at the vast sea of clouds and sighed. He never thought that he would have such a day. It had always been Su Fengnian's childhood dream to be a hero who could walk on snow without leaving a trace, and leap over roofs and vault over walls. In any case, his Su family already had the Su family saber that could make all heroes in the world bow their heads. Then he would carry his saber and roam Jianghu in Jianghu, eradicating evil, helping those in distress, and helping those in distress, killing bandits to save women and children, killing rapists to save beautiful girls. On one hand, he was chivalrous and righteous, and on the other hand, he was acquainted with the heroes of Jianghu whose names shook the world, earning himself a nickname similar to divine saber Su Fengnian. At that time, the Jianghu of the Central Plains was quite popular to use the title Gongzi as a suffix. When he was young, His Royal Highness discussed with his eldest sister for a long time and very carefully listed out a large number of Gongzi. For example, if he wore a white gown, he would use the title Jade, Tree Gongzi. If he wore a green gown, he would be called Azure Dragon Gongzi. He had long promised his younger brother Huangman, that he would help him snatch the world's most beautiful woman as his wife. It was a pity that second sister, who only liked to read history and military books, scoffed at this. But when the youth vowed that he would find a good wife, just like how Su Shao had found his mother in the Jianghu, second sister finally smiled. Second sister finally smiled. For the first time, she didn't mock her. His Royal Highness, who was lawless in Beiliang, only heard later that there might be immortals in the world who could fly through the clouds like birds. One time, when he was bored, he went to bully a certain young girl who held a shun glyph dagger in her sleep. He purposefully scared her, telling her that his body was so strange that even he was afraid of it, that he was a martial genius that only appeared once in 100 years. If he was willing to practice martial arts and the sword, he would be able to fly on his sword and defecate above Great Peace City in 15 minutes. With a thought, the swords moved. The dense swords around Su Fengnian spread out slightly, but the flying sword under his feet would be in front of a flying sword every 100 feet, and the swords would collide with each other. Su Fengnian smiled as he stepped out and stepped on the sword 10 zhang away. He repeated this, one sword for another, and started to run. Chapter 1543. A long, long time ago, when they had just settled down in Mount Qingliang, the eldest sister had not yet married off to the distant Jiangnan, the second sister had not yet had a wheelchair as a companion, and the younger brother had not yet been enlightened. The 4 innocent and happy children would randomly find an empty space, set up a grid, and jump around for an entire afternoon without tiring. When it was time to eat, the man who did not wear armor and thus only looked like a rich man would always call for the children under his wife's orders. His legs were slightly lame, and the man had a temperament of wanting to save face in front of his children. As a result, he would only laugh happily and watch them play. If it were not for his wife personally coming to catch them, the man would continue to watch, telling them to slow down and not fall. No one would ever know why. Ever since he left Liaodong and Jianzhou, a man who had seen the magnificent scenery of northern Han, later Sui, western Shu, and so many other countries would, in the end, patiently watch his 4 children perform the same routine over and over again. Yet, after his wife urged him to leave, he would feel reluctant to part. It was as if he hoped that his 4 children would always be this carefree, that they would not grow up, that the woman would not marry out of the family, and that the son would not take on any burdens. Perhaps no one would ever know that there was a young man, who was not a sword immortal of the land, who jumped around on a flying sword above the sea of clouds, just because he thought of the happy times of his childhood. Su Fengnian finally stopped and lay down on his back. Beneath him, 100 flying swords instantly gathered and connected. Su Fengnian lay on a large bed of flying swords. He narrowed his eyes and gazed at the sky, the brilliant sunlight falling on his body. His golden body was resplendent. Not long ago, on an official road in Yuzhou near escaped summer town, the exhausted young woman could no longer endure the scorching sun. She told her companion that she wanted to rest for a while. Afterwards, she leaned against the trunk of a willow tree by the side of the road and took a nap. A bald little monk in a tattered kasaya squatted by the young woman's side. After she fell asleep, he gently waved his sleeve, fanning a gentle breeze. However, the little monk was a little worried. He noticed that she seemed to be having nightmares again. He frowned. It wasn't just this afternoon nap. In fact, ever since the 2 of them entered Beiliang's territory, she often had nightmares like this. She would wake up in the middle of the night from time to time. No matter how tired she was, she would refuse to close her eyes and sleep. I didn't take good care of Thingy. Thingy has suffered a lot. She hasn't bought any rouge for more than half a year. She doesn't even look at the shops. Thingy even deliberately said that she doesn't like rouge anymore. Master, while Thingy still likes rouge, please teach me. This time, I will study diligently and become a Buddha as soon as possible. The small monk suddenly heard a very familiar voice. This stupid disciple of yours. The little monk hurriedly raised his head with a face full of pleasant surprise. Then he stretched out his finger and made a shushing sound, indicating that the newcomer should not disturb her. The little monk did not even bother to wipe away the tears on his face. The white-robed monk, who had rushed over from Mount Wudong's side, in his heart, his daughter was right. She was a stupid girl. Li Xiaoxin slowly sat down on the ground. Abbot, the area within a radius of 10 feet immediately became cool. The white-robed monk closed his eyes and gently stretched out his hand to touch the space between his daughter's eyebrows. 3 years of Xiangfu. It was the end of autumn. The Beimeng army had gathered again. 400,000 elites were continuously pressing on Huaiyang Pass. A young monk broke through the clouds and landed outside the city like an immortal. He sat cross-legged. The young monk suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "The world is so big. Please allow me to erect a benevolent monument in front of Beimeng City." He closed his eyes and put his palms together. In fact, he did not say it out loud. No matter how big the world was, it was only the east, west, north, and south. The cavalry did not charge. Instead, they slowly held the line and then released thousands of arrows. The arrows were densely packed like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky was like a fragile piece of silk that was instantly torn apart by sharp weapons. The young monk lowered his head and chanted sutras, forming a golden body. As waves of arrows rained down, the monk's golden light began to waver and weaken. The arrow rain was endless. Scarlet blood began to gradually soak the Kasaya. The lips of the young monk, who was covered in blood, trembled. He lowered his head and murmured, "Master, you have said that deep in love. Do you regret it? I don't understand the principles you said, but it doesn't matter. If I go west, I'll go. If I become a Buddha, I'll become a Buddha." For some reason, his scarlet body turned into a golden color in an instant. The monk, whose vision was blurred, turned his head with difficulty and looked at the city wall. His face was full of tears, but he grinned. He raised his hand and patted his ear as if he was telling someone something. He turned his head and bent down slightly. He reached out and pushed the sand in front of his feet. It seemed that he was lifting something up for setting down something. He bent 2 fingers and gently knocked between heaven and earth. Suddenly, there was a clear and melodious sound of a wooden fish. Under the shade of the willow, the girl suddenly cried. After opening her eyes, she looked around blankly. When she saw that the stupid Nanbei was still there and that white robe, she did not know if she was still dreaming. She cried even harder. The little monk, who did not know what to do, pulled his master's sleeve and said in a hoarse voice, "Master, what's wrong with her?" The white-robed monk held his daughter in his arms and comforted her softly. Okay, silly girl, don't be afraid. Father and the stupid Nanbei are here." The white-robed monk reached out and wiped his daughter's forehead. She fell into a deep sleep. This time, she had no dreams and slept very soundly. Li Xiaoxin let his daughter continue to sit against the willow tree. After helping to wipe the tears on her cheeks, he touched his big bald head and turned to the little bald head beside him and said, "Nanbei, when she wakes up, take her to the Xiang Palace on Mount Wudong. Your master's wife is waiting for you there. She complains that the vegetarian dishes in the Taoist temple on the mountain have no oil and are not delicious. She misses your cooking very much. Remember to buy more chicken, duck, and fish at the small town at the foot of the mountain. When I come back, let's have a good meal together tonight." The little monk, Nanbei, said awkwardly, "I don't have money. Master, do you?" The white-robed monk glared and said in a low voice, "When you reach Bailiang, will the Sugai not provide food? At worst, you can go to that place called Escape Summer Town and tell them your names. Just say that you are my daughter and disciple." The little monk asked, "What if it doesn't work?" The white-robed monk said, unhappily, "Then when you go up the mountain, go to the Sugai's thatched cottage and secretly pick a few cucumbers." The small monk rubbed his bald head and let out a sigh. The white-robed monk slowly got up and said, "Do as you see fit. I have to go and send that kid off. The 2 dynasties of Liang and Beimang have destroyed Buddhism. Only Bailiang worships Buddhism. If this is intolerable, then I have no Zen. I have to recite Zen properly." The little monk said nervously, "Master, when you meet Su Fingyin, you must be polite. He is a good person." "Oh, right. Master, you didn't bring the sharpened kitchen knife when you went down the mountain this time, right? If you did, I will need it to cook at night." "Master, you don't have to bring it." The white-robed monk waved his sleeves and jumped up. After reaching a height of several hundred feet, he walked towards the sky step by step. "One step, one lotus," Li Xiaoxin said to himself. "Disciple, you can forget about becoming a Buddha. I'm good at this." On this day, the sky above Bailiang was like a lotus pond suspended in the sky. After that, there were even Buddhas sitting on lotuses. In the sky nearly 100 miles away from the border of Hezhou, the white-robed monk caught up with the young lord who was flying east on his sword. Su Fengnian stopped the spectacular sword formation and asked, "Master, is there anything I can help you with?" The two were already above the sea of clouds, but the white-robed monk still pointed to a higher place. "You should know, right?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Of course." In addition to Qi Jiajia's sword and Xie Guaniying's interference, there will be some people who will not tolerate me. But don't worry, Master. It is all within my expectations. When there are too many lice, there is no need to be afraid of being bitten. When there are too many debts, there is no need to worry. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the vast and unfathomable space, and sneered. If it was before the battle with Huang Qing, I would still be a little afraid. But now it's nothing. The white-robed monk looked at the Northwest Lord, who opened the door of Bailiang to accept all the monks in the world, and said in a deep voice, "I am not helping you, Su Fengnian. Of course, I can't help you much. But the pure land of Bailiang is what my master, martial uncle, and that useless monk of Mount Lantua want to see." Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment, and finally said bluntly, "Master, you should know that I am guarding the Northwest and resisting Bei Mang's million-strong army out of selfishness. If I wasn't Su Zhao's son, if it wasn't for the fact that my Northern Liang cavalry had taken root here for 20 years, their blood, sweat, and tears were all here, then I, Su Fengnian, might have at most single-handedly killed several dozen Northern Mang generals and tried to kill Tuoba Bodhisattva. I definitely wouldn't have defended the border to the death in Liang province. As for accepting all the monks in the world, isn't it like being angry with Li Yang?" The white-robed monk waved his hand impatiently. "I don't care what you think. I only care about what you do and what you do." Su Fengnian laughed it off. The white-robed monk snorted and said, "This sword is not simple. Don't die. My daughter and disciple have some debts with escaped Summer Town. They are waiting for you, Su Fengnian, to return them." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "No problem." Su Fengnian turned around and continued to fly on his sword, heading straight for the border between Bailiang and Huainan. The white-robed monk turned to face the west, but when he turned his head to look at the slightly lonely, slender figure, he somewhat resembled himself when he went down the mountain from the two Zen temples and traveled thousands of miles to the west alone. The white-robed monk smiled. Not long ago on Mount Wudong, his wife said that it would be great if they had 2 daughters. At that time, he thought it was ridiculous, but now it seemed that it was not so ridiculous. The white-robed monk put his palms together and softly chanted the name of Buddha. Chapter 1544. Around the white-robed monk, lotuses as large as mountains bloomed one after another. The lotuses bathed in the dazzling sunlight rose above the sea of clouds. Thousands of lotuses rose in Bailiang. The white-robed monk put his palms together and lowered his head, saying softly, "When my heart is clear, when can I not see Tathagata? Where my heart is clear, where is not the Western paradise?" The white-robed monk slowly raised his head and said loudly, "Lotuses fall in the Buddhist kingdom." On top of the lotuses, there were many Buddhas sitting on them. The Buddha's light shone down on the earth and covered the entire land of Bailiang. Wudong's peaks were high and cold to the north. In the area northwest of Liang, only the Dansha Peak, Jiazi Peak, Goddess Peak, and the others which originated from Hezhou were adjacent to the other 6 peaks. It could be said that Wudong did not monopolize the beauty. When Su Fengnian drove the group of swords to the border of Yuzhou province, unlike the tranquil sea of clouds at the border of Yuzhou province, the scene in front of him was surging like a huge tide. The mountains of Hezhou province had sunk into the bottom of the sea of clouds. Only the most precipitous 6 peaks rose above the sea of clouds. However, only the sharp corners of the 6 peaks could be seen. The peaks of the 6 peaks were like piled-up stones in the river, which stood still despite the waves. Su Fengnian looked at the 6 islands in the distance. This was the place. If Xie Guaniying did not make things worse, even if Su Fengnian allowed the flying sword to enter Yuzhou, he would still have a chance of winning if he stayed in the escaped town. However, it was different now. Xie Guaniying's intentions were far-reaching. Not only did he want the sword to break the fate of Chicken Soup Monk, he also wanted to break the fate of Su Fengnian and Beiliang. If they fought at the foot of Wudang Mountain, even if Su Fengnian successfully received the sword, once the scattered sword aura escaped, it would still bring disaster to Beiliang. In that case, he would still lose, and he could not afford to lose. If he wanted to fight, he could only fight outside of Beiliang's border. Su Fengnian gently exhaled. He put 2 fingers together and pointed to the sky. He smiled and said, "The sword starts at the border." Apart from the flying sword under his feet, the 2,400 swords scattered in an instant. All of them had their swords pointed upwards and hovered in the sky above the border of Yuzhou province. Then Su Fengnian retracted his fingers, bent his arms, and suddenly swung them outwards. Second sword, armored cavalry in formation. After dispersing, the 2,400 or so swords, which had originally appeared rather thin, actually grew from 1 sword to 100 swords in an instant. In the sky above the eastern border of Yuzhou province, a sword net seemed to have been set up. It was as if close to 300,000 Beiliang cavalry were here in formation. After setting up this magnificent sword formation that had almost exhausted all of his spirit, Su Fengnian didn't just stand in the middle of the sword formation and quietly wait for the uninvited guest. Su Fengnian tightly pursed his lips. His eyes were resolute. If an outsider saw Su Fengnian for the first time, the first thing they would see would be his pair of red phoenix eyes. If they looked carefully, other than feeling that he had an outstanding appearance, they would also notice his slightly thin lips. It was inevitable that they would guess that such a person must have a cold temperament. Beiliang has 300,000 border soldiers, and Beiliang has millions of families living in poverty. Today, let me, the king of Beiliang who feels guilty towards you, not feel so guilty. Su Fengnian raised his hand and rubbed his face hard. He said softly, "Old Huang, Wenhua, the old man in the sheepskin fur coat, I'm very happy to have met you in this life. I don't need to apologize to the 3 of you because I know you don't want to hear it at all." Su Fengnian lowered his head and smiled. Then let's go. Su Fengnian took in a deep breath, but didn't exhale. He took a step and rushed towards Dansha Peak, where the sea of clouds was roiling. Su Fengnian's figure dropped rapidly. He stepped on the top of Dansha Peak and then shot up. After landing on the next peak, his figure leapt up again, constantly borrowing the power of this great mountain. Accompanied by the shocking rumbling of the rolling rocks, Su Fengnian, who had no more mountains to land on, opened his 5 fingers. His entire body collided with a dazzling white rainbow that cut through the sky. Yuzhou was 100 li away from the border, high up in the sky. When Su Fengnian's palm collided with the tip of the sword, the originally vast cloud of clouds exploded and completely dissipated. There were no clouds for 10,000 li. The sword that Su Fengnian's palm blocked was flowing with purplish gold light. It was actually 10 feet long, but as thin as a willow leaf. Therefore, this sheathless sword was all sword tip. It was the largest sword furnace in the Dongyue sword pool that had been sealed for nearly 200 years, the Dafeng sword furnace. It was said that the last emperor of the Dafeng dynasty had once thrown an heirloom imperial jade seal into the furnace. Therefore, the fate of the Dafeng sword furnace was preserved until today. The furnace was quietly opened at the end of the auspicious year of the Li Yang auspicious year. The furnace fire was so strong that it could be faintly seen from 10 li away. The Dongyue sword pool had no choice but to build 4 tall buildings that reached the clouds around the sword furnace. Qi cultivators of the supporting dragon sect waited outside the buildings to conceal the sword aura and fire. Su Fengnian was knocked back more than 10,000 feet by the collision of the sword. He was pushed back more than 2 li. Even Tuoba Bodhisattva's all-out attack, Dong Tai's all-out attack, or even Wang Xianji at her peak, would not have such power. Su Fengnian's mind was clear of distracting thoughts. All the qi in his body madly gathered at the point where his palm and the tip of the sword collided. Although the incomparably sharp tip of the sword had not yet pierced through Su Fengnian's palm, Su Fengnian was well aware that as long as there was a small opening, even if the opening was insignificant, it was very likely that he would be defeated like a landslide. Chapter 1545. The Nameless Sword, which had come from the Dongyue sword pool to the sky above River Province in a spurt of energy, seemed to have the intelligence of a human. After being enraged, its aura increased instead of decreasing. The sword qi swirled chaotically, illuminating Su Fengnian's purple-gold aura. The chilling sword light had solidified, whipping Su Fengnian's body. Ripples appeared on his robe that was flowing with aura energy. The sword swept past Dongyue Path, Guangling Path, Gangnamdu Path, and Huainan Path. One sword light chilled 19 provinces. At this moment, it had almost reached the peak. Its momentum was unstoppable. Su Fengnian pressed his palm against the sword tip. In order to weaken the terrifying momentum of the sword, he had no choice but to bend his knees slightly and lean his body forward. One man and one sword dragged a thick trail of smoke and mist in the sky. They passed Bo's Peak, Zixio Peak, and Old Man Peak. Su Fengnian's retreating figure passed 3 peaks in a row. He was less than 50 li away from the sword formation at the border of Yuzhou. Su Fengnian's robe was covered in hard frost. The aura that leaked out of his body was clearly not enough to disperse the frenzied sword intent. When Su Fengnian saw Goddess Peak from the corner of his eye, he finally let out a breath. The sword tip pierced his palm instantly. Blood splattered. Su Fengnian used the sword tip as a fulcrum and leaned his body forward. His posture was like pushing a mountain with one hand and shaking Kunlun with his strength. They passed Goddess Peak, Jiazi Peak, and Dansha Peak. They passed 3 more mountains. The sword tip had completely pierced Su Fengnian's palm and slightly peeked out from the back of his hand. Su Fengnian was expressionless. He stretched out his left hand and placed it on the back of his right hand. The aura in Su Fengnian's body circulated for 800 li in an instant, surging like the tide of Guangling River. 2 palms, 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, layered thunder. But in the short 3 li, the sword tip still peeked out from the back of Su Fengnian's left hand. The sword tip was only an inch long, but it had a lofty aura. Su Fengnian stomped his foot. Thunderous roars could be heard from the ground of River State. He allowed the tip of the sword to pierce his back another inch. The momentum of the sword finally paused. The scarlet blood flowed down the back of Su Fengnian's hand and into his sleeve, and then quickly condensed into a pool of blood frost. Although the forward momentum of the long sword had been forcibly stopped, it did not mean that the momentum of the sword had begun to decline. Almost every time Su Fengnian retreated 1 li, the tip of the sword would pierce through the back of Su Fengnian's second hand by half an inch. It was only 20 miles away from the border of Yuzhou province. The long sword began to draw an arc in the air, and the tip of the sword pointed downwards as it fell towards the land of Yuzhou. Su Fengnian leaned forward and gradually straightened his body. A traveler straightens his lapel when he is close to home. The tip of the long sword touched Su Fengnian's right chest. It was just a hair's breadth away from piercing through. The 20 or so flying swords behind Su Fengnian buzzed at the same time. After gathering together, they sounded like drums in the battlefield, resounding through the clouds. Bleeding from the 7 orifices, Su Fengnian was already bathed in blood. In particular, his face, which was not covered by the long robe, was constantly seeping blood. Before the dense sword energy could clear it, fresh blood would flow out. 10 li. The long sword had already pierced through his chest. Su Fengnian had maintained his posture from beginning to end with his palms pressed against the sword. He lowered his head to look at the sword. The blood obstructed his eyes, so his vision was somewhat blurry. Su Fengnian twitched the corner of his mouth and lightly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the sword. "I'm not having a good time, but aren't you also on the verge of collapse?" The long sword hummed, stirring up the flesh of Su Fengnian's wound. 5 li. The long sword of 1 zhang. 5 zhang was in front of Su Fengnian. The other 5 zhang was behind Su Fengnian. No one could imagine such a tragic scene. 3 li. The sword array was silent, just like when the northern Liang Steel cavalry truly launched a charge to the death. There were no shouts from the other armies. The sword had already pierced through 7 zhang. Su Fengnian's lips moved slightly, but his words were unclear. When he was young, his mother said with a smile, "Xianyan, you have to remember, the Su family is the gateway to the Central Plains." It had nothing to do with who the Liang Emperor was, and it had nothing to do with whether the people of the Central Plains scolded the Su family or not. The man who had never dared to talk back to the princess said boldly for the first time, "Xianyan, don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. War is not fun. Don't try to be a hero if you can. What's wrong with my son, Su Xiao? Must he sacrifice his life for the country? There's no such thing." Su Fengnian just said to himself, "Mother, I'll listen to you, not my father." 2 li. Behind him were the barren mountains and rivers of Yuzhou. The long sword had already pierced through 8 zhang. It wanted to struggle mightily between the weakening and exhaustion of its momentum. Su Fengnian's palms clenched into fists. His palms were badly mangled, and his bones could be seen. He tightly gripped the long sword, which was only 3 zhang sharp, and pulled it out. 1 li. Su Fengnian staggered backward, but his hands were tightly pressed against his chest, tightly gripping the tail of the long sword. He didn't want to let go. Half a li. Su Fengnian continued to hold the tail of the long sword with one hand, while his other hand went behind his back and gripped the tip of the sword that had pierced through his chest. Beiliang's million-strong army is pressing down, but Liangzhou's Huda city and Yozhou's Xiaoguang city are still there. As long as one person in the city is still alive, the city is still there. Su Fengnian closed his eyes. Beiliang was unwilling to fight to the death and retreat, because we can't retreat. Su Fengnian didn't break the long sword with his bare hands. Instead, he broke the 1 zhang sword with brute force. After the sound of the long sword breaking, it seemed like a long period of time had passed. In the end, Su Fengnian bowed his head and stood to the east of the sword formation. He was only a few feet away from the solemn sword formation. Both of his hands were holding a broken sword. This 10,000 li sword could pass through the 4 paths and 19 provinces of Liang, but it couldn't take a single step into Beiliang. After the long sword was broken, the millions of strands of sword energy scattered in all directions. They were all blocked by the sword formation outside of Yuzhou. This summer, Great Peace City, where the sun was high in the sky, rained heavily. Sword rain. Chapter 1546. When the white-robed monk transformed into a rainbow and arrived at the border of the Sea of Clouds, he saw the scarlet figure sitting cross-legged on the sword facing the east. Li Dongxin suddenly stopped, like flowing water. He stood still in the sky like a landscape painting. The white-robed monk looked at the wind and clouds that had been caused by the sword formation breaking through the air. He said, "Of the remaining 120,000 flying swords, half of them will not reach Great Peace City. Beiliang has this poor monk to help you stop the immortals from taking advantage of the situation. Great Peace City is even more so. This is unnecessary. It is better to save your will and use it to strengthen your foundation. Su Fengnian still held the two pieces of the sword that had lost its sharpness but still had its edge. He said softly, "I could not control myself." "You are still young." The white-robed monk shook his head and said with a smile, "Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If you were the emperor of Liang and watched as the Jianghu people and scholars brought their fates into Beiliang, would you be able to endure it? Great Peace City's original intention was to use this sword to cut off your fate. But Xie Guaniying added fuel to the fire, and it became a situation where they would not rest until one of them was dead. According to the thoughts of Qi Yanglong, Huan Wen, and Yin Maochun, even if they want you to die, they should wait until the Beimang army and the Beiliang cavalry are both heavily injured. If you die too early, it is not beneficial to the plan of Liang that Zhang Julu had planned." Su Fengnian raised his elbow and wiped the blood off his face. "Xie Guaniying wants the world to be in chaos. He doesn't just want to gain fame from the Guangling battlefield. He also seems to want Qin Jibao to replace me as the king of the Northwest. That's right. As long as I die, the three fronts of Beiliang will be shaken. The closest one to Beiliang is Huainan Jidushi Kainan. Yan Wenluan probably won't let him enter Yuzhou, let alone holding the imperial edict to take over the command of the Beiliang frontier army. And the king of Shu Qin Jibao, who has a good reputation in Beiliang, is undoubtedly the best choice. Even if the Liang imperial court is unwilling, they can only agree. After all, with Qin Jibao in the northwest and monopolizing the power, it is better than Beiliang fighting on their own. In the end, Beimang will break through the border and encroach on the central plains. Of course, in this way, apart from the Beiliang cavalry, Qin Jibao also has Shishu and Nanzhao as strategic depth. This is equivalent to completing the best situation that my master, Li Yishan, originally envisioned. To the Zhaoshu of Liang, it is no different from a dove quenching its thirst. But there is no other way. Without this poisonous wine to quench their thirst, they will die even faster." The white-robed monk touched his bald head and said helplessly, "Just listening to it gives me a headache. You people of the imperial court, don't you feel tired?" Su Fengnian dismissed this with a smile. He turned his head and asked with a grin, "Zen Master, have you received the east-west and north-south commands?" The white-robed monk made a sound of acknowledgement and then did not say anything else. Su Fengnian waited for a long time, but did not hear anything. Finally, the white-robed monk turned his head and looked at the young man who was sitting on the sword in the air. He said slowly, "The sword under your butt is trembling. How long are you going to pretend to be a master? Do you really think you are an immortal who eats the clouds, drinks the dew, and drinks the wind?" Su Fengnian's face was extremely embarrassed. The white-robed monk lifted his sleeve and gently waved it. Su Fengnian turned around with his sword and rushed towards Mount Wudong. The white-robed monk flew beside him and said indifferently, "I am only sending you back to Fuxia town to help you pay back the money. Don't ask for a yard after getting an inch. You want me to help you scare Qi Jiajia and Chai Qingshan." Even if he didn't have energy to protect his body, there was still a cool breeze blowing gently, and he didn't feel the slightest bit of coldness when it brushed past his face. Even Su Fengnian exclaimed endlessly in his heart, "This is a Buddhist sect divine ability that can form a small world of 10 feet in all directions." Was it Dong Tai's sword, or was it the Confucian sage, Chao Chongqing, who had turned into a tyrant? Su Fengnian thought about it carefully and found that the chances were slim. Perhaps guessing Su Fengnian's thoughts, the white-robed monk laughed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "This penniless monk is only good at taking a beating. I can't compare to you. Su Fengnian, who was able to completely withstand that sword strike. If it were this penniless monk, although that sword strike could not harm this penniless monk at all, this penniless monk would definitely not be able to stop it from invading northern Liang. What, do you want to steal this Buddha skill? I advise you to give up this idea, unless you are not king of Bailiang, and shave your head bald one day. Su Fengnian hurriedly shook his head gently and looked down. The culprit's sword that was placed on his leg had severely injured his physique. The injury looked frightening, but the hole in his chest had actually started to be mended by the moving red threads, showing signs of stopping the bleeding. Su Fengnian estimated that he would need to recuperate for about half a year before he could fully recover. During this period of time, he might not even be able to defeat a grandmaster like Qi Jiajia, let alone Tuoba Bodhisattva. However, compared to the damage to his own qi that was easy to disperse and difficult to gather, the situation was already much better. After all, his body could slowly recover, and his qi dynamic and divine could also be like a pond that slowly stored water. There would be a day when it would be full. The amount of water in a pond and the width of the pond depended on the strength of a martial artist's body. The more obscure depth was related to the qi and tao of the void. After Huang Sanjia scattered the fate of the dynasty into Jianghu, Wang Xianji possessed both. Therefore, he dominated Martial Emperor City for 60 years. Tuoba Bodhisattva and Huyen Guanyin belonged to the former, and Xie Guanyin was the latter. The white-robed monk who could always accurately grasp Su Fengnian's thoughts looked at the Wudong peaks in the distance and sighed. From the perspective of a qi cultivator, fate is something that everyone has, but there is a great disparity. Emperors, kings, generals, and ministers naturally have more than commoners. However, why is there a saying that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it? The simple words, the will of the people, have already revealed the secret of heaven. Heaven and earth are parents, just like a pair of strict father and loving mother. There are gods 3 feet above the head. Heaven's net is wide, but it does not escape. The earth produces 5 grains to nourish people, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. When I was traveling to the west, Huang Longshi sent me off. When I returned, I was greeted by Huang Longshi. This person has always been mysterious. Once he accidentally said that after flipping through the books, Su Fengnian was just a character who left because of fate, while Chen Jibao was the person who was born to slay both the dragon and the python. Therefore, you should have died in the battle at the border, leaving behind infamy in the annals of history for thousands of years. The white-robed monk probably knew that Su Fengnian was unable to speak frankly. He answered his own question. I have been staying in the 2 Zen temples for so many years. I often ask myself, why is there someone who can become a Buddha in this life, but not in the next life? Is it because those who become a Buddha will not become a Buddha? Buddhism has spread to the East, and when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The difference between Mahayana and Hinayana is becoming more and more obvious. I dare to say that there is an epiphany, and then put down the butcher's knife to become a Buddha. Sometimes this penniless monk is also worried that this step might be a little too big. Actually, it is a good thing for Hinayana to abandon the world and pursue nirvana by oneself. It is even better for Mahayana to benefit the heavens and to be merciful to others. Su Fengnian said with difficulty, "Isn't it still a headache?" The white-robed monk nodded. That's right. As they approached Mount Wudong, the lotus tip turned into an island in the sea of clouds. The white-robed monk suddenly said, "In the future, you might go to Great Peace City twice, but that is only a possibility. Just treat it as me prattling on and pretending to be mysterious. Don't worry too much." Su Fengnian smiled. "I thought it would only be once." At this moment, strange movements appeared on the shoulders and sleeves of the white-robed monk's robes. It was as if hooks were tearing at the robes. Li Dongxin only waved his sleeves casually and patted his shoulders. Su Fengnian's expression was solemn. He subconsciously reached out to grab the broken sword on his knees. Immortals sat high in the 9 heavens, fishing with their rods. Those fishing lines that even chi cultivators could not see fell into the mortal world. At this moment, many of the hooks happened to hook onto the white-robed monk. The white-robed monk shook his head and smiled. Don't worry. As a member of the 3 religions, it is more troublesome. Su Fengnian could not help but curse inwardly. How could he not care? Anyone would not be able to keep their cool when the immortals who were fishing for luck in the heavens were tearing at their clothes like this. However, Zen Master, you are patting here and they're like you are swatting flies. I can only follow you and not care. Su Fengnian smiled for no reason. Zen Master, you are making such a big commotion before the fight. Han Gui of Green Mountain Monastery is under a lot of pressure. The white-robed monk chuckled. This is what my daughter taught me. She said that when the Jianghu people at the foot of the mountain fight, before their fists hit their opponents, they would first perform a set of majestic fist stances on the spot. Not only can it boost their courage, it can also earn the cheers of others. Su Fengnian forced a smile and laughed. You are indeed an experienced Jianghu person. Near the summer escape town at the foot of Mount Wudong, the white-robed monk gently pushed Su Fengnian down on his sword. A voice came from behind. Change your clothes before you see the thing. Otherwise, if she knows that you are in such a miserable state under my watch, I will be nagged for a long time. My ears will not be able to have peace. You have to know that my daughter's lion's roar of Buddhism is 80% inherited from her mother. After hearing this, Su Fengnian smiled knowingly. In the blink of an eye, he landed in the sky above the summer escape town. He stood up, and the flying sword dissipated by itself. Su Fengnian held the 2 pieces of the broken sword in his left hand. After he pulled out Qi Jiajia's long sword, he was more seriously injured than he was. His body was not bad, but his heart of the sword was almost destroyed. In this lifetime, he would not be able to make a breakthrough in the realm of the sword. Therefore, Su Fengnian really had to be wary of Chai Qingshan, who had chosen to stand aside for some reason.